Welcome everyone to the final of the Banco Masters alongside the PLO Masters here at Banco Casino in Bratislava. My name is JJ Hazan and I will be with you for the next 4 or 5 hours. You can see the lineup in front of you. 9 players left with a lovely 250,000 prize pool and first place of 32,653 euros. We've whittled it down to these 9 and we have the usual mix of nationalities. A Ukrainian, 2 locals, 2 Slovakians, a Slovenian, a Romanian, a French, an Austrian, always an Austrian, a Romanian, and as always, our 1 female player, a Hungarian, Jovana. So the TD is giving their final instructions. There is our prize pool. First one out, 3,300, right up to a very healthy 32,000. Now don't forget, people, this was a 170 euro buy-in. Incredible value, as per usual. Here
okay, guys,
at the rather cold, shortly about the lovely casino in Bratislava. Now, unusually, you usually just get my dulcet tones, but today we will be joined by a friend and colleague, the wonderfully named Blaise Bourgeois. That's a fantastic name. Blaise, are you with me?
Hey, thanks for having me here. Glad to be here. It's cold outside, but it's warm inside, and really excited to call some great poker. Everybody's pretty deep. Shortest stack is about 18 bigs. Top stack 66 bigs. So looks like we're gonna be here a while.
Yeah, these tournaments tend to have a pattern to them. They start fairly deep, but as the blinds kick in, you'll start to see the 10 and under big blind mark. The danger point, as most players think. Now, Blaise and I are in different rooms, so the sound quality is slightly different, but we will do our best to keep up with the action as we go through. And I understand you're a bit of a poker nomad, Blaise. You're moving around Europe with your American accent. How are you finding it?
It's great. I've played a number of series out here. I've played in Morocco, Italy, Spain, France, Ireland, England, all over the place. And yeah, it's a bit of a tougher competition than the States, but it's certainly more enjoyable.
Did you say tougher? You're finding it tougher out in Europe than you have in America?
Okay, guys, so level number 29.
Absolutely. As far as the same price points go, you know, a $400 tournament in America might play the same as, you know, your £50 tournament at the G, you know. So I think there's a lot of very good regs that'll play even the small stuff out here in Europe. So it's definitely a harder
we are on to our first hand. And chip leader is an old friend of mine. Maxime, played a lot of poker with him. Played the PLO Masters this weekend with him. He how do I put this? He likes to buy a lot of bullets. Can't really put it any other way. That's him in the orange, in the jacket. He's a favourite here. He has played so many tournaments here at Banco. And it looks like he's next to a Time Lord, I think. Looking like he's going to do something with the Ace-10. Has 3.1 million. Blinds. Manageable at the moment. Oh, that's a interesting play. An early shove with no information. Lots of players behind him with Ace-10. Not sure I like this, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I don't like this either. He's got 20 bigs. He's got a lot of playability. Ace-10 doesn't, you know, really perform well if you get called by anything. So don't really like this play at all.
And it looks like he's got it through. No one had anything. Ace-9 certainly not going to call. And maybe it's a statement of intent along with his costume. It's kind of a wizard or a warlord. Maybe it's a modern character that I'm too old to know. You got any clues?
I've got none, but I've got to say, you know, I love it, especially that he's in seat 5. He's in the center of the action. You know, you can't avoid him in your line of sight. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, that's
really.
true.
We need more of
He's
this.
Romanian. Dorfman Efim, a Romanian player. I did see him around the casino this weekend. Not quite with the hood on, so I saw more of his very interesting facial hair and features. But he's decided on a cover up, and he's got the same hand. This time it's suited. Are we going to see the same action?
I certainly hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised, you know.
Well, it'll tell us a lot about him. This is always an interesting point when you don't. I mean, I do know 2 of the players, Yavanna in seat 3 and Maxime, the serious-looking one in orange. And it's the same play. I mean, anyone with ace king or ace queen or a pair of 9s and above is going to be snapping here. Twice in a row.
Yeah, to be fair, he does have a lot of ICM pressure he can put on these middle stacks. So even if they get something like an ace queen off, I don't think they'll be thrilled to want to put it in right away. But you know, if he runs into queens plus ace king, you know, he's not gonna like it. But it looks like
picked up more than 10
through once again.
And he also picked up more than 10% of his stack with the first push, and that's happened again. So, play 2-1-2. Good score for Romania at the moment. And, you know, I know you don't know the Banco, you know, finals as much as I do. I've been doing this job for about 3 years. But what I love about it is you always get a mix of European players. And there's always 1 or 2 from the local countries like Slovakia and Austria and Hungary. But there's always 1 or 2 from Ukraine. We've got a Slovenian, we've got a Frenchman in seat 4. So, and I do kind of think it shows how connected Europe really is, despite some of the press you hear from your neck of the woods. I'm not going to attack you as an American. I'm just saying, you know, I really like that kind of mix of European countries represented at pretty well every tournament we see here at Banco.
If we get started about talking about America, we might not end the stream until the next day.
Yeah, yes, that is true. Now we've got Dan Pollock. He's down as his surname is down in front of our screens. Daniel Christopher Pollock from Austria, only half an hour up the road. Vienna is making a play with a small pair, always a worry. Is making a just over the min raise. Arguably stronger than the previous pushes, and just shows you it doesn't take a lot to take a pot down.
Pollock has done pretty well in these super large field small buy-in events. He just came in 4th place at the 2024 Polish Poker Championship, a 130 euro buy-in, won 48,500 that day. So he knows how to navigate these fields.
Yeah, the Polish Poker Cup, there's 4 of them here at Banco a year, and they have gone from strength to strength. So since he cashed in that one, we actually, the last one we had here, there was 130,000 for first place and 7,500 entrants. Slightly higher buy-in, I think it was 150. But the value here at Banco is just incredible. And their ability to deal with these large numbers by expanding up into the Crown Plaza Hotel, using the conference rooms, bringing in extra very good dealers and tournament directors is pretty well second to none, bar King's Casino and Rosvaldov, in my humble opinion. And we've got an ace-jack offsuit in seat 8. Pop, another surname, Alin Bogdan Pop from Romania. We've got 2 Romanians on the table. People taking it very easy at this point. No one getting out of line in these early stages. But we've got Maxim Ronshin, the Ukrainian, just calling with the ace king. Now that's interesting. Why is he doing that? That's very unlike him.
I really like the call with ace king right here because he's the chip leader. The opener is the second chip leader, and yeah, neither one of them wants to play a really big pot against one another. So I think they're gonna want to take it easy, take it small, and this really shouldn't see a turn.
Not a good flop for either.
Excuse me, we get a turn.
Yeah, we've got a turn, but we've both got gut shot draws, neither with a flush draw. So this is going to be about position and ability. And I know Maxim has the ability. Don't know much about our friend Pop, from Mr. Alin Pop from Romania. But he was the initial raiser. Are we going to see some fight back here? It's a pretty strong bet, 650 into 1.8. Showing strength, Maxim, but then all his bets tend to be of similar kind of strength. Yeah, I thought that might get through. And yeah, it's an interesting one. I think I was pointing out that that was unlike him to call with the ace king in that spot. He usually will take a more aggressive line, but I agree with you. I liked it as well.
Yeah, Maxim had a nice recent result in one of the Summer Polish Cups as well. He finished second last year in one of the 130 euro buy-ins for 35k. So, like you said, there's a ton of value.
No, he's made a few. I've commentated on him about 4 times. And that's why we're friends, because he wants to make sure I say something nice about him. We were playing on the same table. I think it was Saturday or Friday. I can't remember which day. And he's a real character, but he is quite a risk taker. Not necessarily at this point, not on a final table, but early on in a tournament. He doesn't care if he has 4 or 5 bullets. And I haven't looked, but I'll guarantee he's had at least 4 or 5 for this main event. And that's one of the ways of playing these low buy-in, high-value tournaments. You just need to have the bankroll. First play by seat 1, Alosh Bakar from Slovakia, one of our local players. Don't know him, though. Don't think I've commented on him. Making a raise with a let's be generous, a linked ace-4 connected to a certain extent. And a pair of 6s is coming along for the ride. Just calling the 400. You do tend to get patterns of raises. Now this is Maxim's spot. He's got a playable hand, Queen Jack suited, he's chip leader. Quite often he will look at putting maximum pressure on the players, especially when one of them hasn't re-raised. Let's see what he does. He's taking... Yeah, there we go. I thought as much. So this is his game. He puts maximum pressure. And look, he's looking to fold his hand already. See that? He thinks he's got it through. No one's going to call me. Nice bit of body language there. But Dib is not going anywhere quite yet. Rabbi Dib from France. Reasonable stack as well. He's got 8 million. Came into this in 4th place. 3rd equal.
And yeah, I love the Queen Jack 3-bet. You're the chip leader. You own the table. Got a nice hand. It can play against pretty much everything. Just slam your chips in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said earlier I was surprised at how he played the ace-king. Because what you've just witnessed is very much his game. And he's got a very good feel for when that kind of 3-bet will work. And he's not afraid. He'll do it, and if he gets re-raised because someone's got a big hand, he'll just fold. So he's never afraid to get his chips in. I love the way he plays. especially on these kind of final tables. He's probably the most experienced player on the table, not necessarily in cashes and results, but in terms of how much he plays.
Yeah, I was looking at his Hendon mob before the final table, and he plays just a ridiculous amount of events. I mean, he's got 27 wins and 35 second place finishes to his name. That should tell you enough about how much volume he's putting in.
And you're not even counting all the tournaments he's played and hasn't cashed in, which is a lot. So we've got much bigger raise. We've got seat 1 almost telegraphing his hand here. He's raised much bigger than anyone else to 550 with the ace-king suited. Sorry, offsuit. And likely to get it through. No one's going to be putting too many chips in with ace-6. And picks up a...
And this is...
Yep.
And this is why I tell players all the time to keep your bet sizes consistent. Because if you see one of these players on the table that's limping a lot and then 3xing other times, you're just going to know when they have a big hand. So I think he's telegraphing, 3xing
that's right.
with ace-king. No need to do so.
I agree with you. That's why I mentioned you kind of telegraphed his hand a bit there with the bet sizing. Now, these players are recreational players, poker tourists. It's not an insult. It's just most of them love their poker, will go around playing. There's a couple of professionals. So here, Yavanna, who I know quite well, making the raise here with the suited ace. Of course, the blinds have gone up. They're 100, 200. But this is the usual raise at this level of a final table to 450k, just over the 2x. Ace-5 suited, very playable hand. People think a low connected ace doesn't do a lot, but it's really not a lot in an ace-5 suited or an ace-10 suited. Obviously, the 10 is a key card in poker, but I do like low connected suited cards. Are we going to see some resistance from our small blind? We're going to see a call, may not be too much yet. Got the call to full 50. And I think we'll see a fold here by our Austrian in seat 9. Although he's getting value, Queen 4 is just not a hand to be getting involved in. You don't even want to hit. So, 2 to a flop. A healthy 1.3 million in, and the ace has smashed this with a gut shot draw, but no flush draw for Alin from Romania. Probably see a C-bet coming in from Yavanna. Hungarian, but works as a dealer in Prague, knows the game well, travels around playing where she can. Quite a small bet, 300k. And now the gut shot has doubled. We've got a double gutter. Any 9, any king will give a straight to the Romanian. Yavanna needs to bet him off this draw now.
625,000.
Doesn't really want to see
I like
card.
this size bet. She's even against a lot of heavy draws. She can still get value from her opponent, and if they happen to hit, so be it. But with an ace, with the SPR at about 1, you want to kind of milk your opponent the best you can. And I think this is a fantastic hand to get called by. There's no reason for Pop to put in the chips, the double gutter, but he can't fold here.
Building this pot nicely, and it's a safe river. The ace-5 is still winning. She may just check this down though. There's no reason to bet the end. Yeah, makes sense. Good play. and takes down a very healthy 3 million pot. And she has increased from one of the shortest stacks. She was the shortest stack, and she's now moved up to kind of, I don't know, roughly 7 out of 9, 7, 8. Certainly moved up one spot. Well played.
Big important pot there early on the final table.
These early stages, I mean, this table may have played together in the last 16, possibly the last 3 or 4 tables, but they haven't played as this one group. So they may know 2 or 3 other players from playing with them throughout the 3 days we've had so far. But it's a new dynamic, new table, new positions, lots of learning to be had. Ace-Jack in early position, first hand. That Michal Nilik, another local player, our 2 Slovakians sitting next door to each other. Again, not a player I've come across. So nice to see some new faces at this table and some new hoods. I hope he doesn't push for his sake with ace-8 offsuit. No, okay. I was quite worried for his sanity there if he did.
It looked like he was certainly thinking about it.
No, he was. Now Maxime with a small pair and a big stack. Yeah, I think that's the right play. Just call and see a flop. Bit of set mining here with a small pair. You know you're up against at least a reasonable biggish ace. If you're up against an overpair, well, fine. But either way, the only card you want to see on the flop is a 3. Now, if that had been ace-jack 3, we'd have had some fireworks. Should be just a bet fold. I don't think Maxime's going to be too... He's not going to dig his feet in. Doesn't tend to get too sticky when it's pretty obvious that he won't take the player off the hand. I hope he doesn't for his sake. Can get himself in trouble with his aggression. Has to put his oppo on a reasonable... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, this isn't the kind of board texture you want to start fighting back with a pair of 3s.
No. Well, he's quite sensible. I mean, he knows that his opposition has smacked that flop. Like I say, he's only really looking for a 3 there. Get a 7-8-2 board, and you're going to be more interested. Got quite a few hoodies on the table, haven't we? Look, see, 4, 5, 7 and 8. And seat 4 likes to cover his face with part of the hoodie. We had that in our last final here, and one player took about 10 minutes for every single decision whilst he covered his face with this hoodie. It got a little tiring.
I did hear about this series somewhere in Europe where they're banning hoodies and sunglasses from the table.
Do you know which one?
Not off the top of my head, but I can find out very quickly.
I must admit, I think I'd vote for that. Look at this. Look at this little cute. Just a min raise with the King Kongs. And we're going to have a problem here. We've got a good hand in the hijack. Pair of 10s. Just calling though. Look at this. This is an unusual hand already. Kings, min raise. 10s in the hijack calling. He will have position.
I don't mind this flat with the 10s at all. I mean, you have over 30 bigs. You're a middling stack. The giant stack is raised. You feel like you may be trapping, but you definitely don't want to blow up the pot and then have to get all in.
Wow,
but maybe now you do.
Maybe now Maxine is gonna. I think he'll just be calling behind. Did Maxine check? No, I saw his hand there. I think we just need a nice smooth call. Nothing else for seat 7 will do here.
This is just one you want to call, raise the river, hope your opponent calls off.
Quite a small bet though from Maxime, so he's being cautious. He's also looking to build the pot in his interest as he will see this hand. He's got to think his kings are winning. We're going to see a slightly increased bet now in terms of percentage.
Yeah, generally you would think a Jack 10 deuce deuce board is safe. He might be flatting 9s, 8s, 7s.
Oh,
but
bit of Hollywood.
He's got the 10s. A little
bit of Hollywood
Hollywooden
from our
indeed.
Slovenian. You see that? Nice bit of showing of a bit of unsure. Now, is that going to raise any flags to Maxime? Oh, quick look at the stack.
SPR is a little over 2 to 1. I don't think this is going to all get in, but this should be chunky.
Depends how much Gorad's raises. Maxime is betting for value here. Probably going to be about 1.5, 1.75.
I reckon he might even go as large as 2.5 into this 3.3, but you definitely could be right on the money, having watched him play a bunch. Let's see what he does. He checks.
Yeah, I like this. His spidey instincts have kicked in just to check. Now, I don't think he's doing it for a check raise, but just something told him, and this is going to tell him something else as well. Look at this. 2 million. So there's the 2 million just from the other player. It's going to be hard for him to fold this. Very hard.
Yeah, I don't think he gets away from this. I mean, especially with the presence of the deuces, any top pair, yeah, he's crushing. He's going to have missed flush draws as well.
The question is, what hand is going to bet 2 million? Well, a missed flush may well bet 2 million. Ace Jack, Ace 10 with the 2s, very unlikely. You're just going to check behind and hope you're good. Ace 2, definitely in the possible range. Only flat called the raise originally. So that's something I think Maxime will be more concerned about. What a fantastic play.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable fold. That is sensational.
Look at that. Now he is in the zone. Maxine, I'm going to buy you another coffee for that one. That is superb. But one of the best plays we've seen on this table for a while. What do you think?
Especially because very, very, very few hands beat him. Specifically 10s and jacks and not much else. So that is just
Ace 2 suited
spidey
is the only
senses.
other.
Ace 2 suited if your opponent does not decide to 3-bet that, yes. But wow. Wow. That is an incredible fold.
In many ways, that makes a bigger statement than the pot that our Slovenian friend won. Wow, great play.
Sometimes you're just locked in and every decision's perfect.
Well, that just shows you how locked in he was. The move with the Queen Jack suited, taking down a nice pot earlier with virtually no danger, and then a great fold. Great fold. Got to be feeling very happy with himself at the moment.
So the festival that is banning sunglasses and masks is in Cyprus at the Merit. This coming
okay.
right at the end of the month. It's a $29 million festival. So that is
Merit's
serious
massive.
money,
Yeah.
serious fields, and yeah, no masks, no sunglasses. I don't mind that whatsoever.
I like it. I really find the whole big headphones, sunglasses, and hoodies a little bit tiring. And we've got a nice, we've got a big
here.
3-bet here.
Couple of aces.
The American Airlines coming in. We've got the initial bet in the hijack with the ace-9. Nothing wrong with that. And how's he going to deal with the 3-bet?
Yeah, super small 3-bet. You should just get rid of the. This is towards the bottom of his range.
Yeah, it's pretty well one of the smallest 3-bets you can do, unless you're doing the min-click. And I think also you've got to recognise that Bashar in seat 1 is a kind of... He represents, anyway, a very solid kind of player. He's not going to make too many moves.
Yeah, from what I've seen about or read about Bashar, 31K in career earnings. An 8th place finish will be his biggest cash. And he's a low stakes grinder. He's got 38 cashes to his name, but nothing in an event that's cost more than 225 euros. So he knows his lane.
Yep. Yeah, nice phrase. I mean, look at these two in seat 8 and 9. You literally can't differentiate between the two players. They got the hoodies, the same colour, big sunglasses. I'm going to get very confused if one of them wins a hand. I'm not going to know which one it is.
Ooh,
nice ace king in the big blind, but a bit of a waste.
See, I would like a rule where you get one. You can wear the hoodie, or you can wear sunglasses, or you can wear a mask, but you can only pick one.
No, I think if you're religious and your clothing of choice is a hijab, that's it. That's the only thing I'd allow. Everything else, forget it. Mind you, I do wear a hat. I wear a hat. Doesn't cover my face, but it's clothes of choice, I suppose. I always wear a hat when I play. Actually forgot my hat this weekend. I think that's why I lost all weekend. Including my own PLO Masters event. Always love having multi-bullets in that one. Ace Queen for Bashar in the hijack. Probably see 550, 450 maybe. Oh, I was wrong. Right in the middle. 2.5. And takes it down easily.
I'm more of a hoodie and AirPods guy myself at the table. If there's some good conversation though, the AirPods will come off, the hoodie will come down. But generally, the smaller the buy-in, the less reserved I'll be. The more the drinks will be flowing, the more fun I'll be having. As you've experienced with me plenty of times.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, no, I think that follows. That's fairly. The 456 PLO last night at Banco, PLO Masters, was a fun event. 65 runners and an awful lot of ups and downs, shall we say. Now here's an interesting hand, the Jack 10 suited, but folded. I'm not sure I like that. I think it's a very playable hand. I do like to see a raise with the Jack 10 suited. It plays so well. Ivana coming in with the king 10 offsuit. One of our shorter stacks still. And she's up against a mid pair. Rabbi Dib from France. Making a 3-bet. Putting the pressure right back on her. 1.2 coming in. Oh dear.
Generally, I wouldn't be a big fan of this 3-bet, but considering it's a cutoff raise and it's a shorty, you'll know where you're at really quickly when she decides to make a move. I don't think Dorfman here can do anything with the 4s, but he surprised us a few times, so let's find out.
Well, I actually think of all the plays he's done, this is a much more profitable play to shove with his hand here and put maximum pressure on the other two players. I think it's actually it's a ballsy move, but it's a good move because it shows such strength, and if you get called, you've still got a pair. I mean, I actually, if you look at this, to me, this is about, are you here to win this tournament, or are you here to ladder up a few places and get a few grand more? And I know in my book, it's always to win the tournament. So although he only has 4s, it's not so much about his hand, it's about the position and the stack he's got. He's got the perfect stack for shoving. 3 million covers Giovanna and is a big chunk. It's more than half of Rabbi Dib's. Well, it's about half of his. So I actually kind of favour the play. But it's... I don't think many books would agree with me, but I'm talking, you know, I've been on a lot of final tables and won quite a lot of tournaments, and I love this. I love this. Now, it may not work.
I love this play as well. I just don't think he's going to have enough fold equity with Dib's stack, and it looks like he snapped him off.
That is the problem. There's only 2 million to call, and he is never going to fold with 2 million into 5. So we've got, we could see our first casualty, unless he spikes a 4. That's pretty good flop for Giovanna's King 10. I thought it was Queen Jack. No, okay. Top pair with a gut shot. Yeah, there's the ironic smile. No, it was King 10. Yeah, you can see our graphics are slightly wrong. She had a straight on the flop, and then an increased straight now. Just 2 4s in the deck, about 5%. And we will see Mr. Dorfman leave the table, but he was entertaining, shall we say. He brought us some interesting joy, and he's now going to go to his long-lost Mexican tribe and have some mezcal. That's what I think he's going to be doing.
To the banks of the Oaxaca he goes.
There's actually a very, very good Mexican restaurant out the back from Banco called Mezcali, and I had brunch there yesterday. And I would seriously advise any of our listeners who are still, we know there's quite a few from the Red Tooth crew still playing in Banco. They're playing the £60 Turbo tonight, and they are tuning in, I've been told. I haven't actually checked the chat. I'm going to check the chat now on YouTube, and I do believe they are tuning in tonight, probably to abuse me. That would be the normal reason that anyone would come in. So, a bit of action, and we lose our first player, picking up €3,500.
So an €830 pay jump, but maybe more importantly for these players, a little wiggle room at the table. Now they have some leg room. They can get a little comfortable. When you go from 9-handed to 8-handed at a final table, you're like, okay, didn't bust right away. Get a little more room at the table. Get comfy. and really settle in and go after that top prize.
So we got an early raise with the ace-5 suited, call by the ace-10. Gut shot draw for the ace-5, no flush draw for either player. And the c-bet may well get this through because it's not a good flop for ace-10 either.
See what size he uses. Oh, it's pretty chunky. This should work right away.
It is strong bet.
If it was in the earlier stages of the tournament, I could see him coming along, but at a final table, chip preservation is all the more important. 8-3 deuce, especially against a pre-flop raiser. Ace-10, not going to feel wonderful about it, but he does flick in the call.
Yeah, I mean, it does have position, and that's about it. Another strong bet here by Bashar should take it down. Let's see his minerals. Has he taken his vitamin C this morning? Looks like he's checking though. Sign of weakness. And I think our Frenchman has a chance to take this down with a bet here. He is winning, but he doesn't think he's winning. He doesn't know he's winning. 1 million.
Yeah, he could easily be up against 9s and 10s and jacks here.
No, I don't think so, because I think 9s, 10s, jacks is betting the turn as well. So Bashar closed down. He opened the door. He let the Frenchman take that pot away. Basically gave up on the turn, and that was totally down to him. I think any kind of 3-bet would have won. Now, on our screens, guys, some of the banners coming up. The Winter Polish Cup. 250 guaranteed for a 150 buy-in. More importantly, our last Polish Poker Cup here got over 900,000. Absolutely incredible. 7,500 entrants. But back to this final, we've got a pair of 9s with the Austrian under the gun. Min raise to 400. The facial cover-up always means you're going to play a hand. It's one of those...
100%.
One of those clear... Oh, we've got Maxine with 7s. Now, this is the interesting bit. On the button with a good pair. Relative weakness shown by his opposition so far. A min raise and a call. His normal modus operandi would be to 3-bet this. But he's on the button, in position. He may decide to have a call. No, we are going... Yeah, we are going for the call. Yeah. Definitely had the different options for playing that hand. One of his 7s is out.
I love the call here. You're on the button. And you're no longer the chip leader either. This chip leader's behind you. Yes, he did flat, but he will have some traps. And then, yeah, you just get to be in position, see a flop real cheaply, set mine. Although with 7s, you still might have the winning hand after the flop. Or be able to take it down with some aggression.
Ironically, no one's got an ace. They've all got pairs. So it's a strange kind of flop to play, and that definitely favours the aggressor here. And here's our first one out the blocks. Tricky position for Maxine now, and I think the 7s have to fold. This Frenchman is showing very well so far. Made a great call earlier, and now turning his small pair into a bluff. One of the worst flops possible for a pair of 2s, because you're in counterfeit city, but his action, his bet, and like I said earlier, the first kind of aggressor is likely to take this pot down, so well played.
And Dib is having an absolutely phenomenal final table so far. Started with 8.6 million, already at 15 million. Caused the first elimination. Life is good.
And we got another banner on screen for the Slovak Poker Open coming up. Similar kind of week to the Banco Open. It's one of Banco Casino's own events as opposed to the Israeli Championships that literally starts tomorrow. And our final table will be next Monday. So we are tournaments thick and fast here at Banco starting 2026 with a real bang. Ace 4 suited. Raise by Mr. Narlich in Narlik. Has only played one hand so far. Will certainly be getting respect depending on people's holdings. Oh, we've lost a hoodie.
Much to your delight.
Not sure about the haircut though. It's a bit linear. Interesting hand, 7-6 suited. Unfortunately, his suit is no good. But it's not an automatic anything, this hand. It's not an automatic fold or call. He has all the options available with this hand, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Don't mind the call at all here. Reevaluate on the flop. Not a bad flop for your 7-6. Yeah, I like this. Good check. Invite the C-bet.
Always worried about an overpair here, but there's nothing you can do but call. You've got the backdoor flush draw working for you as well. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good flop against a raiser who should have nothing to do with this flop. I mean, yeah, it could have an overpair. That is for sure. But more likely to have some kind of connected ace, which is what he's got. Either way, if it's high or low, it's still... Yeah, just a nice smooth call. Possible scare card. Ace Jack certainly in the range, but I thought we would see that, and he's not quite given up. But and now the big two pairs, 7-6, only losing to an overpair to the 7. So, and if Narlik had 8s or above, I think we'd have seen a bet. So he's got to feel quite confident that his two pairs is winning. Make a small enough bet, might get a call. Oh, he checked it. Interesting.
Don't like this bet check bet line, but I think Pollock's probably a good enough player to see through this and call it off.
I'm assuming he's doing it to make the call if he gets bet. Narlik has absolutely nothing, so he's trying to work out whether... Oh, wow. Huge bet. 1.1 million. Well,
yeah, Pollock should see through this.
Well, I don't know. I think our Austrian's got himself in a bit of a bind here. He's definitely caused it himself. He should have been betting the river. He's, you know... Yeah, good. He's induced the bet then. That's fine. I wasn't sure what he was doing, but I don't think he was expecting that big a bet. That's the thing. I don't think he was expecting over $1 million into 2. And our Slovakian, one of our 2 Slovakian players, has been given a bit of a lesson there. One of my favourite events coming up at the end of February, the festival. Been here 3 times already. It's one I normally am playing every week. It's one of the best mixed events. Played the one in December, I think it was, or November. And was fortunate to finish second in the Torses, one of the festival's inventions. turning the rather boring horse event into a much more exciting horses, eliminating the hold'em and bringing in deuce to 7, triple draw, and spitten. Probably my favourite mixed game. Great week, the festival, and it's back at Banco in February. Also in Tallinn, Malta, and Rosvadov during the year, and some weekend specials in Tallinn, Riga, and Latvia also being added to this year's schedule. It's really expanding. Fantastic player base, very, very popular amongst the Scandies, the Italians, as well as the other Europeans. Quite a few English like that one. Here we've got an ace-king against Ronshin. He's won the last hand. Mr. Pollock. Maxime raising. I think we'll see a 3-bet here. Yep. Nice strong 3-bet. So Maxime doesn't get too sucked in here.
I think this is a little Hollywood. He's opened a pretty bad holding, and he wants to look like he's got a decision here for
It's one of his
future
traits.
action.
He will always do that. And now he's like fingering chips, looking like he's calling or even raising. And then he'll make a tough fold. That will be the story. He actually did make a fantastic fold. I think we were 3 tables out. And that's on the Banco Casino website in the reports. Our boys doing the photographs and reporting, doing a great job as usual. And he got C-bet, 3-bet by Yavanna. And he had ace-queen and made a very, very big laydown. And she showed the ace-king. So he's certainly capable of reading the situation. He read that one here earlier really well when he folded on the river bet. But he doesn't like to fold. Let me put it that way. Wow! Oh, he's in trouble. Yeah,
he has went with the high card, low card, which people do like to get sexy with nowadays. But this is very poorly timed.
I think we're just going to see a shove here. He's going to take his time, and his only play here really is to shove. And then Maxime, he's not committed. He's only got 1.3 million in. Wow.
1.3 was the 3-bet size. It's looking like that's a lot. Yeah, 3.8.
Oh my God! Yes, you're right. Good spot. Wow, it's a 40% of his stack.
With
I mean, the
Pollock
irony
only having
is,
a total of, yeah.
The irony is, if he does call off, he's still got 35-40%. So it's like, it's really not in that bad a shape. Got 2 live cards and they're suited. Up against an ace-king offsuit. I mean, it really isn't as bad as you assume sometimes. Poker's quite interesting when it comes to stats. And although he's got 2 lower cards, they are live. Look at that.
Well,
Look
he has
at that.
folded the ace-king.
Look at that. Wow.
Oh my goodness. I do not understand that one. That is crazy tight.
It's amazing. You can see everything on these tables. That was incredible. I mean, who folds ace king to a bit of aggression? Wow. Yep, that was something neither of us could predict, I think.
I think he might have thought that was a bit of a reverse tell. Maybe he's crying with the kings or the aces. Instead, he's just got the queen 3 suited. And the antics work.
Nie chip, sorry.
Nobody here. I didn't hear anything.
All right, we've got Pop here opening pocket sevens from the cutoff. Now it's probably going to defend this ace-9 off the big blind.
Yeah, fairly standard. Decent.
Not a pretty flop
Decent-ish
for
flop.
either player.
Yeah, not a bad flop for sevens. Only one overcard. And we've already seen that Nalik is not the most experienced player. He may look of a certain age in his physical appearance, but not necessarily more experienced at this game. And I think we should see a bet fold, but Nalik may feel under pressure and make some kind of interesting response. It looks like he is. Not giving up yet, but it's still a big chunk of his stack. That's brought the gut shot draw into Nalik's range. Needs a 3. A good card for sevens.
Yeah, and he's not
And a
happy
shot.
to see that.
Especially when the draw became possible on the turn. It's good play. It's good play. I like that. A very nice move by... That's a perfect card, really, to make that push for sevens. You can't put him on a jack. There's been no raise, no real response to his bet. So I think he felt confident the sevens were winning. Nice play there by the aggressor. And we've got a change of dealer. And there we see our leaderboard. Frenchman, as you said, has gone from 8.5 million, almost double, to 15 million. Maxine maintaining his 11 million. Bashar and Djukovic moved up the board, and our two Keljaki, Giovanna has moved up to 7th, so she's moved up a couple of spots from 9th when we started this final table.
Please give me one time hand. I need one time hand. Good.
Giovanna just won a circuit ring a few months ago.
Yeah, she's a good player.
Dream. Or hope.
And also a very nice person. She's always smiling, always
I need a hand.
enjoys her poker, whether she's dealing or playing. And that's a great attitude. Historically, dealers do not make good players, in my opinion. I've played 20 years of, dealers I've known as dealers that then become players. There are some exceptions. There are a couple playing this weekend at Banco, both very good players who used to be dealers. One was my flatmate. So, who will be representing the PLO Masters in Sheffield at the end of this month, as I will be elsewhere. Now, ace-5 suited, the standard raise to 500k. What is Mr. Pollock going to do this time with his ace-king? We saw a fold to Maxime the last time he had it. Let's see what he does this time. I think we're seeing a 3-bet. Yeah, 1.4 or something. Oh, it's exactly 1.5. A lot of aces out. In other circumstances, ace-9 suited might have been a hand to play, but Giovanna sensibly folds against a 3-bet. Now, Mr. Pop
What's-
has seen weakness shown earlier. Is he going to get on the wagon and push? It doesn't look like he is. Alan
This is the
Bogdan
hand to
Pop.
4-bet jam. Not this time.
You scared people.
I'm not sure
You
the
scared
ace king would have been
people.
folded again. I don't think it would. I'm almost certain that he will have thought through that hand and regretted the fold.
Good play.
And if he does get a chance to see the action in the break, of course, everyone, we are half an hour behind the action.
Next time, Maxim, when I have a hand, you
But
open, I all in.
if we get to see,
That's why the last time I only raise, fold, raise, fold, raise, what you
then he'll learn a lot about his opponent. There is the Poker North Masters coming up in March. The Nordic Masters, as known. 10 days of mixed game madness with lots of Norwegians and Swedish and Finns coming down. And they love coming to Banco. They pay 15 euros a beer in Norway and 2 euros a beer down here in Banco. What is not to love?
Did you say $2 a beer?
2 euros? Yeah.
Sign me up. We'll get on the first plane.
Well, yeah, you know. Between 2 and 3 euros, put it that way. Depends where you are. For some of the events, we can do some deals on VIP access here at Banco. PM me. But only for the Banco Masters and the Slovak, not tournaments like the Nordic. So they might be paying 3 euros a beer, but they're used to paying 5 times that. Here we've got a raise with the ace-10 suited in the hijack. And looks like we've got 3 players. 3-2 a flop. 9-7 has hit bottom pair. Ace-10 top pair. 10-5 and nowhere to go. He was in the small blind.
JJ,
so,
what?
Yep.
What's the most you've ever paid for a single beer?
The most? I usually like the question, what's the least I've paid? But the most I've paid for a single beer. Now, I have paid a lot of money for a single wine, because I kind of like good wine. Beer, probably in Norway, actually. And again, yeah, at the time would have been about 10 euros, which I thought was extortionate. I mean, I have bought the odd beer at a 5-star hotel. I guess that would have been... Oh, EPT, Grand Final. 20 euros for a beer in the nightclub underneath the playing area. And then I said, well, how much is a Coke?
No.
Yeah, how much is a Coke? And they went 20 euros. I said, well, how much is a glass of champagne? They went 20 euros. So I changed my mind. I said, I won't have the beer, I'll have the champagne. Thank you.
I lived in New York City. Yeah. I lived in New York City for quite a while. I spent $20 on a Budweiser at a bar on a date,
Wow.
maybe 10 years ago, and the date wasn't even great. And then I went to...
Looking for poker that's fun and free? Play Poker Go brings you authentic poker action. No bots, gimmicks, just players like you from all over the world. Jump straight into a ring game or test your skills in a tournament against real competition. With Play Poker Go, every hand feels like the real deal. Find Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Join the fun. Sign up for free. Play Poker Go.
But yes, that beer cost me $40. That is the most I've spent on a beer.
Now, I want
Too
to
much.
track across to our chat on the Spade Poker TV YouTube channel. We've got a couple of hundred of you there. That's any questions you guys have about this tournament or Banco Casino or some of the amazing value tournaments we've got coming up. The Israeli, the Nordic, the Slovak part thing, the Polish party, Polish Poker Cup coming up, the winter one. The only question I can see from Miles Rees, who's a very good young English player that loves Banco, is what's the best kebab spot in Bratislava? Well, important as that is, I don't know. There you go. That's the official response to that question. Sort yourself out, Miles. And there is one. Actually, the one right at the back of Banco is perfectly good. But there are some more upmarket Turkish ones around. Get onto Bolt Food and sort yourself out, my friend. Here we've got a nice pot between Maxime and Bashar, King 10 against the Jack 2 suited. I think we're seeing calling off with the Jack, and we'll fold to the King. So nice little pot there for Bashar. Maxime did nothing wrong there. He's got the Jack. I don't think that's right. Oh, did he fold? Maybe he folded. I don't know if our graphics are correct there. I thought the King won that, but maybe it was the bet that won it. Did you spot that?
It appears that our graphics might be a bit off for this hand. It looks like he called the bet and was wrong and got paid off, so...
Yeah, I think a straight or the King won that. And Maxime had a Jack with the flush draw, but no matter.
Yeah, Maxime's having a bit of a rough go at this final table so far. He came in as a chip leader. I think he might be down to 4th or 5th with 8 left.
Well, the thing is, he's played really good poker. I think he's not been running that well, but I think he's shown the most poker ability on the table by far, both in his betting patterns and his folding. So this game is not all about, aggression and betting and whatever. Folding is such an important part of it, and he's shown some great instincts. So I think it's pretty unlucky to be down, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. And he should be down more if he didn't make that amazing fold for 2 million with King. So sometimes you win tournaments by folding.
This is a good spot for him. Small blind. Oh, no, I wonder if his confidence is dented a bit. One shows 13 million, so he's not down as much. Ace-9 suited.
I would love the Ace-9 suited 3-bet as well there. A bit surprised, but maybe I think you're correct that maybe his confidence has taken a little bit of a hit. Probably will be just for a couple of hands, and he'll bounce back and get right to it.
He will. He really will. He's a very... he's quite an emotional player. So, oh, look at this. This is an interesting play with a Jack 3 suited. I like this. And he's up against 2 hands that really have to fold. There's just not a lot you can do with suited Jack and suited King. Although our French player doesn't know that. He just snapped with his King Jack suited. And missed. This should go to the aggressor if he follows through with a decent sized C-bet. I don't like the check there. Having made that great 3-bet, he's then checking the flop. Very strange. Opponent very unlikely to have a 6-7 when he's called the raise.
I don't mind check personally because you're not, as a 3-better in the big blind, you're usually not going to have your pocket 9s, your pocket 8s, your pocket 5s, and when a guy calls first and then after the pre-flop aggressor folds, he calls again. Yeah, that's going to make up a big part of his range, the 6s, 7s, 8s, and 9s. So he does have a right to be a little afraid. This 8 might actually help him out here. He did call the flop bet, but this is very ambitious from the Frenchman here. He's certainly using his big stack to his advantage right now, and unless Djokovic goes nuts and jams right here, this is gonna work.
Yeah, nice bet. Frenchman showing a lot of good instinct. And we're off on a break, everyone. We will see you soon while our chip leader counts his chips. Have a lovely break, everyone. Back in 15 minutes.
Get the new chips into the game, the red one with half million value, yes? Możemy? So level number 31, 100,000, 250,000, 250,000. Good luck.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. Hope you had a good one. I think we have opened up our chat on the YouTube channel, the Spade Poker TV YouTube channel, that we are streaming this final of the Banco Masters here in Bratislava. Blinds have gone up to 100, 250k. We'll start to eat in to the shorter stacks on the table, seats 2 and 3. We've got a couple, one big chip leader, played very well so far, our French player, and Maxime Ronchin still up there with 13 million, shown his usual power and reading ability on this table so far. Made a fantastic fold earlier with kings against a full house. Early raise there with the ace 10. Min raise to 600 takes it down. How was your break, Blaze?
It was great. I had a kebab. I got in the mood for a kebab from the chat, so I had to get me one.
Miles, if you're listening, your question about where the best kebab is has made a local sale. Well done, sir. Excellent work. And we're on to our second hand. 8 players left, 32,000 euros up top. Pretty good for 170 euro buy-in. Always great value here at Banco. And since the change at the beginning of the year, last year, where we have the whole of the ground floor as the playing area, all the tables and machines have gone to another area due to local laws. And I think it's improved the poker playing. There's no smoking inside, a lot more room at each table, and the usual great food and beverage service given at Banco. We've got a raise here with, in the cutoff, with a dodgy Jack 9 offsuit. How is our button with a pair of 3s going to respond? I'm hearing a dinging in my ears.
He should just come
what
in
is
with
that?
a call. He's deep enough. I think we've got somebody's iPhone going off at the table.
Is it at the table? They're not allowed phones. I don't think it is.
No, I do not own one of those. My phone doesn't make a peep.
Mine's on silent the whole time, so I don't know where it's coming from. We'll ask our techie boys behind the scenes.
Interesting with an ace-9 off in the big blind after a couple of late position opens. Yeah, he's gonna C3.
Yeah. C3 is see the flop, is it, in American? There is that dinging again.
Yes,
it's annoying me.
yes.
And we've got top pair for the ace-9. And he is first to act. He's checked. Maxime doesn't check, not when he's raised pre-flop. He'll be repping this ace. I'm pretty sure our Slovenian will get out the way, and he does. We saw a pretty amazing fold with ace-king earlier to Maxime on a 3-bet. I can't actually believe he's
and
going
I'm
to fold
sure
top.
this is going to be running through Pollock's mind. This is a rematch of that hand, and certainly it will be interesting to see if Raunchin continues the pressure, whether Pollock is going to bend.
Threes would have hit a set on the turn, but very hard for him to stay in, to be honest. He must be feeling a little bit annoyed with himself, though. I know you can't play poker like that. It's just quite fun when you see it.
Yeah, this is a rather safe card for Maxime to keep barreling. Unfortunately, Pollock does have an ace and shouldn't be going anywhere.
And that's the difference with the other hand was pre-flop, so there was no flop or anything to base decisions on. I didn't like the fold with ace-king at all there, but that's it's a very different situation. Now Maxime's spider instincts came up well when he had the kings before. Not working at the moment. Is this a time to get it in, or is he just going to flat call again?
He shouldn't be going anywhere other than call. I mean, if you jam here, you're only ever gonna get called by better. So there's really no point in jamming right now. But I think he's got a pretty easy decision here.
You think he should be jamming, or you think he should just be calling?
Just a call, nowhere to go, and see what comes on the river. Top pair, you're in the big blind, but you're against a cutoff open, so fewer chances of being up against a bigger ace. He should be very comfortable, but he lets it go again.
No.
This is... He's been very nitty so far with the ace-king, and there with the ace-9 when it's a mandatory two-street call. And
well,
any
you
of the
say
other players
nitty, you say nitty, I say weak. I'm sorry. I can't sugarcoat that kind of play. That's just poor play. Right, we have on our banner the Israeli Federation Cup coming straight up tomorrow with the final next Monday, and I will be with you for that. I believe you'll be with me as well, Blaze. Is that right? For next Monday?
If I'm invited, I'll be there.
I've seen a lot of plays at this level on these kind of final tables, but I haven't seen quite such determination not to win a tournament. Now, of course, egg will be on my face if he ends up winning it because he's made all these folds and then somehow he's got the right hand in the right spot. But I can't see how he's going to take advantage of that with what he's shown so far. What do you think?
It's really surprising that it's coming from this player of all the players because his hand mob is actually quite impressive. He just beat Vivian Saliba in a heads up for a bounty tournament win in Austria earlier this year. But these mistakes are inexcusable. Ace-king, even facing a 4-bet, you just have to jam it and live with your fate. You got to be calling two streets with an ace, especially against a late position open, especially against a player as obviously aggro as Maxime. So yeah, this is just poor play, unfortunately, so far.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I could argue with. We've got to push all in with the King 10. And at some point, with only 2.4 million, he's got to make these kind of plays. He's only got 10 big blinds. Let's see if he gets looked up by anyone. This will be an irony if C8 has any kind of hand and makes a call. He's on the small blind. Well, okay. Not with that hand, and nor with the 6-4 in the big blind. So good timing there for Malik. I mean, again, it's not good play technically to push in with a mediocre hand with 6 players behind you, but he got it through, and he does need to make moves. I just prefer moves in position or where there is something to play for, where there's already a pot you can, you know, capture with enough aggression. And there is our Norwegian, our Nordic Masters banner up with a picture of the castle overlooking the casino here in Bratislava. I will be coming down to play one night, the Big Bet Mix. I'll be coming down from Italy for one night and then up to Vienna for a birthday weekend. But I'm looking forward to the Big Bet Mix. I bet you don't know what tournaments are in the Big Bet Mix, Blaze. I'll give you a point for each one you guess.
Alright, Big Bet Mix. That's got to be stud, right? Stud high?
Nope.
That's one? No.
The important bit is the big bet. Those are the key words of that. I'll just hold on your thoughts while we have a pair of 6s in the hijack. We've got a raise to 550. Let's see what happens on this hand, and then we'll come back to you. Looks like it's going through. Yeah, it will go through. Right, so Big Bet Mix. It kind of could have anything, but the key is the word big and the word bet.
It's a shame because I play like 8 game, but I've never played a Big Bet Mix tournament.
Yeah,
well,
I have
No Limit
at the
Hold'em.
Norwegian.
Yes.
Yeah, No Limit Hold'em is one. Yep. Stay on the No
Pot
Limit
Limit
theme.
Omaha then.
That is 2.
Pot
Well
Limit
done.
Omaha.
Stay on the No Limit theme.
No Limit Deuce to 7, yeah.
Excellent. Single draw when it's no limit. So yep, that's 3 of them.
Going with Omaha, is there gonna be like a 08 or Big O? Maybe both.
No limit high low. So no limit 4-card high low. And then a strange one, 5-card draw, which you'd never guess. Which is interesting because that's the game I was brought up on as a kid. Played with my Italian friends, 7-card stud and 5-card draw, which is why I love Switten, which is a mixed 5-card draw and 5-card PLO, which I'm fairly adept at. So that mix Switten is the most exciting for me in any mixed game. This is my game of choice. Ace King now, this time for the other hooded, bespectacled sunglass man. So the reason we will see the difference I've now learned between these two players is one folds his winning hands, and let's hope the other one doesn't. So that way I can tell the difference. And we have a good raise, slightly showing his hand there. It's a very big raise, 725k. But Bashar, no, what is going on here? Folding jacks on the button to one raise.
What is there something that's in the water here in Bratislava today?
Well, I have done 3 years of these finals, and I haven't seen as many poor folds. Okay, poor sounds unfair. I haven't seen so many considered folds as I've seen here so far, and we're only at 2 hours into it. Wow. Okay. Interesting.
He might be one of those players that looks down at 2 jacks and says, "Not today, Satan," and just doesn't want anything to do with him.
Arguably one of the hardest hands in poker to play, and I do understand that. I found it very hard to play, and it took me quite a few years to realize that jacks are JJ, that is my name. I then linked the two together and decided to play it as positively and confidently as possible. So it took me a while to connect the 2 letters to my name, which of course is the same, but I'm slow. So I now actually quite enjoy playing jacks, but I did find it quite difficult for a while. Here's another hand I enjoy playing, Jack 10 suited. Am I right in saying that Jack 10 suited is the most favourite hand to crack aces or kings? Is that right?
I think 9-8 suited is just a hair better because the aces don't block any of the potential straights, whereas they do in Jack 10.
But then the 10 makes straights both ways, which the 8-9, well, okay, it does to the king, I suppose. So, okay, yeah. I knew it was in that ballpark, but I will bow to your knowledge there. Now we've got the best player so far on this table on the big blind with Queen 9, and he is putting max pressure on. This is a big... Oh, I'm sorry. I put the different chips in. I thought he'd raised. My bad. It looks like he's called with small... Oh, okay, no, he called with his small chips. That's what happened. I got all excited there. Top pair.
Would have been
for
quite
our
ambitious.
raiser. 3 clubs is going to slow everyone down, surely. This time with top pair he's betting. Now, I'm sure our French player will have seen how much weakness has been shown, and maybe his friends will have told him, if they're following the stream, always have a friend, guys. If you are ever on a final table and it's streamed, have a friend follow the stream, and then there's nothing illegal about it, and then tell you a couple of points like Pollock's, made big folds, or Maxime doesn't always have it, and it may be that the player knows, but it just helps solidify knowledge, and it's perfectly acceptable, nothing illegal or wrong or unethical about that, but it's a very useful exercise to do.
And it can make you a whole lot of money in a very short amount of time. Always have friends in the poker community that are better than you, because you can learn from them both short term and then in the long term, and then when you get on a spot like this, they're going to see things that you don't, and their insights are going to be really key for you to have when you get down to the final 8 out of 1,500 plus runners for a whole lot of money.
Yeah, very good advice there. I mean, obviously, I'm struggling to find a better poker player than myself, so it's a bit of an ask, that one. But if I do, Blaze, I'll tell you what, I will take that advice. No, I am kidding, people. I have certainly been both sides of that. So I've used a friend who is better than me, especially in Hold'em, and although, of course, that's the most amount of money I've ever won, because that's where all the money in poker is, it's certainly not the most amount of trophies I've won. They're very much in the Omaha arena. But really good advice, and every player, when they get to any kind of streamed event, should have a better player, a friend preferably. Some people pay coaches. So I know a few coaches that one of their students make a final table, especially things like the Irish Open. No names mentioned, but there's 2 or 3 Irish coaches who I know quite well, and they will be paid a small percentage, to go through the stream and advise during an event, and even advise leading up to a final table during the Irish Open main, some 2.5 million guaranteed event. So I think it's great advice. Nice one.
I think I know exactly which specific Irish coaches you are mentioning. Good friends of mine, and I would gladly take their advice any day of the
Absolutely.
week.
Yeah. I'm not
I
sure. I'm not sure
trust
anyone can
them
afford it
a
now.
lot.
So they're getting quite expensive. Their recent successes have inflated their price, which is more than reasonable.
That's something you get to do when you have success, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I've done a fair bit of PLO coaching in my time, more kind of masterclasses, which I love doing. And I really then see, even for small events that people then go and play for the first time or a round of each, their first event, and I see tangible results. And that makes me so happy. I just feel like I've contributed something to that player. And I think that's such a good thing to do. But then I have a facilitator past and a training background, so it links together nicely. And here we have Maxine making the play again. He loves a queen jack, this guy. Loves a queen jack. What is our Frenchman going to do? He's raised on the button with twos and he's facing Maxine, but he is not C8. Very different player. He's in a tough spot though. Peeling with twos. I mean, literally, there's no flop except a two. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, he's still getting a really good price. He is against the second highest stack at the table, so the implied odds here of banking a 2 and getting a ton of chips are there, but he decides against it this time.
Yeah, I favour that. I think Maxine, he knows Maxine's dangerous, and it doesn't matter that he has Jack 9 or King 10 or any of those kind of slightly mediocre medium hands, because he's got twos and there's no flop he wants to see. So I'm not even sure he was getting implied odds to hit a set. It's very hard thing to do, and he knows whatever flop's coming unless he hits a 2. He's facing quite a strong C bet, and he looks good enough to have thought all that through. So it's not about the 1 million call into 2.5, which obviously makes sense. It's the further C bet on the turn and maybe the river. Pair of Chinese aces now for seat 9. How does he like his 8s? That's where the website 888 came from, the online poker, and used to be a live operation. Chinese love their 8s. Raised to 500. Now Shah with 7s. Did he have 7s earlier? Was it him? Can't remember. We had 7s against 4s against 9s, didn't we? So he's just made the call with 7s. This is a Maxime kind of hand, Jack 8. Kind of hand he likes to play, but this time, because there's 2 people in the pot, he quite wisely folds rather than make one of his special moves. Yep, there's still a pair of 8s, my friend. They haven't changed. 4-1. Not anymore.
What do
He's
you
gone
know?
from 4-1 favourite to 4-1 against.
Raise 1 million.
I do like the small raise here to 1 million. It's a somewhat wet board, Pollock should be continuing with his 8s, although against this specific player, if I had been watching the stream, I wouldn't be raising against this guy at all because he's going to fold even top of range stuff.
He's going to fold queens. I mean, 2 queens in his hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez. You're 100% right there. If Bashar had learnt, and maybe he hasn't, and there's, fair enough if he hasn't. He has not got the advantage of seeing all the cards like we do, of course. But if he's got his friend following and gave him the information of those 2 big folds, he should have just flat called the hell out of that and would have made a lot more. Wow. So, see, no, he must feel very beaten up. He's got all these good hands and has had to fold every single one. Well, he's not had to. He's chosen to fold every single one.
Good fold. You make Hollywood, that's it. Yeah.
And this is a prime example of when these top players say, adjustments from GTO make you money, because yes, he's supposed to raise those 7s a lot, but like we said, if he had seen, the Austrian continuing to fold and fold and fold and fold to any aggression and made a note of that himself, he would have, a smart player would have just called and, seen what the Austrian decided to do on later streets.
So are you saying that GTO advice, if you like, or GTO's optimum play would be to raise with the 7s there? Is that what you're saying, if I've understood you right?
500.
Yes, it's wet enough of a board, and I loved his size as well.
Yeah, it was a nice size. But that is such a great point. Yeah, okay, it's a great point, that, because I have not studied GTO, but I've played a long time. And I would have A, learnt that, and B, read that as a poker player who's observant and tries to do their homework. And I promise you I would not be raising there with the 7s. So GTO 0 and JJ 1 on that one, I think. But as I think you made the point as well, you wouldn't have been raising either. And it's that's an interesting highlight of where, if you like, a more computerized, logical version and a more instinctive, experienced poker player view on the same hand. So I think there's a lot going for GTO, but it has changed the game massively from when I first played it. And I no longer play Hold'em tournaments because of it. It's a big threat, but it doesn't impact mixed events or Omaha events, not really. So I think I have a much more level. Not yet. Yeah, may do.
The PLO solvers are evolving, but they're not as available as the Hold'em solvers are just yet. But to everybody that's out there studying poker, it's really, a hand like that really reminds you that GTO is just a baseline. You still need to make your adjustments. GTO is not always correct, but it is important to know what the right move is and then adjust to your opponents accordingly. Be paying attention to your opponents at the table. Figure out their tendencies as early as you can. If any cards ever get tabled, make a note of that and how they played the streets, and go from there.
Great advice there for budding poker players from my co-commentator Blaise Bourgeois. I'm probably going to have to say both names quite often because I just love your name. It's just highlights some kind of Louisiana landowner smoking a cigar, stroking his moustache on the no, it's not called balcony, port, what's it called, porch, on the porch.
Yes, on the porch. Well, yeah, my friends
four
back
of
in the
his
day
wives
said,
serving him.
my friends would say I have a name for TV and a face for radio.
Yeah, well, I know that one. My friends just say I've got a face for radio and something else for TV. But it doesn't matter because no one can see us in our pajamas, so it's all good.
That's correct. The Austrian just made another quite nitty fold in the small blind. A pretty obvious 3-bet spot there with the ace-8 off against the button open, but decided to play against
King
it
Queen
once
off,
again.
didn't he? King Queen.
The button opened King Queen. The Austrian, our nitty friend, had ace-8 off in the small blind.
Okay, he had the ace. Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, usually we like to 3-bet that all the time.
Yep, I agree.
Even at a final table spot, but decided against it. Can't say we're surprised yet. And now we've got an interesting spot with less than 10 bigs here, and circuit ring winner is going to ship the ace-6 suited.
Well, I mean, it's as good a hand as Giovanna would want. She only has 2.3 million. Is that 7 bigs? Something like that?
It's about 9 bigs right now.
9.
This is a recommended shove, 8-handed. Yeah, and most of the time it will get through. Pollock might decide to peel here with the
Is he
fives.
finally going to make a call? Listen, we don't know the answer. My money is he calls and loses, and then that will validate all his folds. Now, okay, I like stories, but, you know, I've just got a funny feeling he's going to call here, and it'll go against him. Oh, no,
he folds. It is a good fold. It is a good fold, especially
It's
with
the
a
right
couple
fold. I
players
just thought the
behind.
irony of him calling and losing would be really quite funny.
Yeah, it did seem like this was going to be the one where he finally said enough is enough, but Kaljaki
And that's
picks up a
interesting.
nice little
Not
pot.
a great hand, ace-6 suited. But that's where making an all-in raise in early position with 6 players behind you is really such a strong move. And so she's now moved up into 7th place. She was back down equal with her neighbour, Mr. Nalik. Quite a few players around the 20, 25 big blinds, 2 well out in front. My old friend Maxime Ronshin from the Ukraine, and a new player to me, Frenchman. What's his first name again? His first name is Rabbi Dib. Great name, Dib. I don't know where it comes from. Dib. Maybe African. But he's down as a Frenchman. Blinds 100, 250, 600k already in the pot. The next blind level will really start to test those middle range stacks. And I think C8, Mr. Pop, is going to have a pop at this one with the ace jack. Surely does. See what I did there?
We call it soda where I come from.
No, that's such a bad joke. That's worse than mine.
I had to get a worse one in there.
But you did. You achieved that. Well done. I don't think he's going to find much oppo. Has Giovanna got any kind of calling hand? Trouble is, her stack is so low. It's just, if she had 7-8 million, she could look at peeling a 9-7, but not with her stack size. She's really got to protect her soldiers, make sure they get maximum value when she gets those chips in. And we're on a change of dealer.
And not only that, her responsibility is to, as the second to bottom stack right now, she wants to outlast Nalik. She wants to get that pay jump. It's an extra 1,100 euros. In the grand scheme of things, it's a lot of money. It's like 6 times the buy-in. That pay jump is huge. So yeah, you can see she's got him beat by about 2.3 bigs right now. That's going to be her first priority, unless she gets, of course, a very big premium hand. But other than that, that's her main responsibility. Outlast him, get the pay jump, and then try to go on and win this tournament.
So the question there on our chat from Joshua Sibling 7787, WTF is going on there? Ha ha ha. I think he is questioning our Austrian friend in C8. I have asked him to open up, to elucidate on his question, but I think he's backing up our previous comments. But we do have a raise from him with the Queen 9 suited.
At this point,
oh, here we go. Beautiful. What a hand to have. King Jack of the same suit.
I would be 3-betting Pollock all day long, and yeah, I don't blame her for going in with the King Jack suited whatsoever.
100%.
Great hand to do it with anyways. But you definitely know you've got extra fold equity with this guy. Especially if she's been watching the stream. And she doesn't even know she's shoving in as a 2-to-1 favorite.
I mean, she's thinking I've got 30-40% with my King Jack, but that he may well fold. I think that's the thought process here. He's called, and he's made the worst call of the night.
Out of nowhere, with his worst hand of the night, he finds a call.
Absolutely bizarre. I really hope, on a genuine point, I mean, you know, these tournaments are about, you know, often first opportunities on final tables for some of these players. And I hope he goes through the coverage of this, and I hope he listens to us, and I hope he thinks about the choices he made, because that's the only way of learning. You know, make mistakes and learn and become a better player. If he doesn't, it tells you a lot about the player. Now, Yavanna is at risk, the player at risk, but not at the moment. 6 outs, or runner. No, there's no runner straight. So 6 outs for the Austrian to knock out Yavanna. And now a chop comes into it. A 2 would give each player a chop. Yavanna, lovely smile on her face, as usual. And the King Jack takes it down. Nice little double up. And that moves our Austrian friend into the bottom 2.
Yeah, quite a bizarre call after all the pre-flop action he's shown us so far. To finally go in and call a hand that's not even a GTO approved call against a jam as small as that. It's quite a shame, really. But yes, I agree with you. He's got to learn, and I'm sure he'll learn a lot watching this stream.
No, I am. Yeah, it's not necessarily learning in a good way. But, I mean, I tell you something, and this is true, Blaze, and you may, as you do more of this kind of work, as a player, and I am fundamentally a player, although I promote my PLO masters and commentate as well. As a player, I always learn something from these final tables. In this case, I'm learning, you know, a couple of kind of what not to do's, but that's fine. That's a good, and there's always something I will get out of, you know, focusing and concentrating on 9 players whittling down to 1 at these wonderful Banco Masters final tables. And I think the more you do, the more you'll appreciate it. And it is with humility, honestly, that I kind of learn. And although we're laughing a little bit, and I think it's deserved laughter at seat 8, I think genuine learning there is, you know, play a bit more aggressively. And we've got a raise and an immediate shove. And this is, I think, goes back to what you were saying with the ace-8 in seat 8 before, seat 9 before. And I think we should see a snap with the king-queen. You shouldn't be folding with this amount. What do you think?
This is just perfect poker, you know. King-queen open, ace-8 off, jam. Wow, did he just muck this? That is...
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
For less than 8 blinds, folding the second and third best cards in the deck is just, that is inexcusable. You're just gonna have
Wow.
so much equity against any hand that's not queens, kings, and aces. That's just a disaster after having put in a couple blinds.
Some viewers may disagree with us, may say, well, it's his money, it's his choice, there's no right or wrong. But in poker, at times, there really is a right and wrong. And it is absolutely wrong to fold king, queen with the equity he was getting, the cost to call, the value he was getting, and the hand he had. And it doesn't matter if he's up against aces, kings, or queens and he's drawing almost dead. It makes no difference. That's nothing to do with the fact that we can see the cards. From his point of view, there was only one right decision with the stack he has and the amount it would cost him. A very strange fold. This is the folding tournament, I think. We're going to have to I have to make notes for our editing team to put together a kind of highlights package. And I have the word folds with exclamation marks after it about 4 times now.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He was getting maybe, 27% on a call with king, queen. But
yeah.
let me stop, because we've got an all-in situation here with Nolik with 2 mystery cards against an ace-king suited.
I think it came up as ace-4, but it might have been my imagination. We will see the cards in a minute with the overhead camera. And obviously our Frenchman is shoving with ace-king suited against any stack. Oh, wow. It's aces.
Oh. It was the fake ace-4.
Why is he getting up to get his coat? He's got the aces. This is a great opportunity.
It's that extra 2% equity, JJ. It's that extra 2%.
Well, the king's there. The king has increased the odds for our Frenchman to take this down. There's 2 kings in the deck. And the clubs.
Boy.
Wow! 25% equity now.
What a sweaty run out. And here's a very, very important river.
Oh, anti-climax. What a turn. What a turn. And we see Mr. Nolik, who hasn't shown the most poker skills, but the right hand at the right time. Lovely timing there. Get it in with aces and get called is really all you can ask for when you're short stack. So do come in with your comments, guys, on the YouTube channel. Joshua has responded to the what the feck is going on there. Ha ha ha. I said, what do you mean? And he said, everything or all. So I think he's agreeing with our general thing. There have been some very, very strange plays in this final table. That's all we can say at the moment.
This final table has been shocking, to say the least.
But still great value for 170 euros to pick up 32,000. Obviously not to a couple of them that keep folding, but to the 2 or 3 players that are playing some good poker. Now Yovana, who I know to be a good player, has doubled up. She might be able to get in the mix a little bit more than she's been able to so far. Maxime holding on strong. And our French player, just a small dent, 2.5 million into his stack.
Speaking of bizarre, JJ, our friend Mr. Nolik has one of the most bizarre handed mobs I've ever seen in my life. He has a 77.5k score in a 500 euro Concord Million back in 2015, which was 4th out of about 2,000 entries.
Is that Austria?
He had a 4th place
Casino.
in Austria, yes. He had a 4th place for 24k in a Rosvedov event 2 years ago, and then all 48 of his other caches are under 2k.
Well, I know what story that tells. It's very, very clear story. He plays a lot of poker. He's very unsuccessful, and he happens to have had 2 scores in all those years. So
Yep, and here he is flatting Ace King in Under the Gun +2 against the Open, which not recommended when you are one of the shorter stacks of the table. You just need to get your money in as good as you can and hope for the best.
quite
Which
agree.
in this case would have been a 3-bet, and Botchar would have definitely folded. But at this rate, I'm not going to use the word definitely anymore because
I don't think you should.
I don't know anything.
Well,
all right, he's
yeah,
made
I
top
do.
pair on the turn.
Yeah, I do question myself sometimes when I see plays, but what I have learned is you do have to remember that some of the players that do well in some of these tournaments are not experienced poker players. They're poker tourists. They love playing for the joy of it. They are away for a weekend in a lovely city like Bratislava. They do well. They get lucky in their path to the final table. But with the stream, of course, we can see all of the strengths and weaknesses of each player. And at the moment, we are seeing mainly weaknesses, if we are honest. And we do try to be. We do want to reflect what you guys are actually seeing. And we don't want to sugarcoat things or make up excuses for poor play. But we've seen an unusually amount. And this is your first gig here at Banco, and I think it's your fault, Blaze, to be honest, because it's not normally like this, is all I can say.
I just know that I need to play more Banco Bratislava tournaments if I've learned anything.
Well, then, that's a good bit of marketing. We've got another player coming in to the wonderful value here at Banco. Mid-ace on the button, fairly standard raise.
JJ, will you be there in Banco for the festival at the end of February?
Unfortunately, despite it being my favourite week... Oh, hang on. I think we've got a shove. Yeah, with ace-jack, fair enough. I think the ace-7 should be folding
easy
here on the
shove
button.
here.
Well, it's an easy fold as well. He's made a raise, but he's got a really bad ace. He's showing the ace, but it's... I always wonder why people show the ace, because it's pretty obvious they've got a bad kicker, otherwise they wouldn't be folding. So yeah, the festival, I love Franca passionately. He's a big supporter of the PLO Masters. If it wasn't for his 8 bullets on the very first one, we'd never have reached the guarantee. So I thank him in perpetuity. And I came second in the Torses in the recent one here at Banco in December. The new mixed event, wonderful mixed event, as a main event. Second out of about 100, I think it was. So very big fan, but unfortunately I am on holidays over February in Vietnam and Bali. We'll be diving. We'll be eating wonderful food at 10th the price of Europe. Ace Queen now with Narlik making the raise.
How terrible, JJ.
Yeah, it's a tough
very
life.
Sorry for you.
Yeah, the whole month in Vietnam and Bali, and doing some wonderful diving for free as well. Yeah, it's a tough existence.
Tough life.
And I will be commentating. Actually, funnily enough, I may do the final table of the festival, which I did in December. So I may well be doing that, but I'll be doing that from Bali. And I think I'm also doing... what am I doing? The Polish on the 23rd of February. So I do work commentating wise when I'm abroad, because it's just a matter of starting late from a local time point of view. But we've got two players to the flop, 2 million. Ace Queen against Queen Jack. Queen Jack has hit this very well with the gut shot to Nalik. Frenchman, the stronger player. Nalik will c-bet this, but I think we will see a little tickle from the Frenchman. Think he's going to call this or raise?
I reckon he's going to call, because Nalik's been a tight player as well. He shouldn't want to get all the money in yet. He can have overpairs. Plus, Dib also has the Queen of Spades, which is a very good card to have on this particular board.
Yeah,
so
good
very
shot.
comfortable call, and now the money is going to get in.
Ace top pair now for Nalik. Top 2 for Dib. We are going to say bye-bye, Mr. Nalik, if this goes to form. Frenchman now taking over the lead. Betting into this. Nalik's check.
I like a small bet. Yep, a small bet's really good here.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
Check raise. 3 hearts might slow both players down, although Nalik has the ace of hearts, so he's not going to put him on a flush. Strong bet, 2 million.
I think Dib should have went for it all here. Honestly, the odds of Nalik having Ace King or a better a set here is very small, or a flush. So yeah, I think Nalik would have called it all. But he does get paid.
I don't think he would have called it all, because there's 3 hearts there. There's a made straight. There's quite a lot that beat him, and he's not the most experienced player. But I think we've just learned why he's had so many small cashes. There you go.
Yep.
I'm such a bitch.
I will say, though, to the crowd, watch... Oh, go on, JJ.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, no, carry on.
I will say, for the people at home, I highly do not recommend flatting Queen Jack offsuit against an open from early position. Dib definitely got away with a giant mistake there.
And we're starting to get comments coming through, and interesting comments. Brutal FT, the worst FT I've ever seen. They misplay every spot. That's 3 different people. Now, we've obviously been highlighting that. I'd only challenge about the worst final table, because I actually think it's quite interesting when people make such glaring errors, and I think we can all learn from it. So I think there's different ways. This is a lot more interesting poker than when you just get ABC, raise, fold, 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 and you get no action at all and nothing to comment on for like 3 hours. And I promise you I have done those. So I personally find it more interesting seeing what we're seeing. But in terms of standard and poker ability, I cannot argue with some of those comments.
I couldn't agree more, JJ. I am so locked into this final table. I think we need to see more of these, sub €200 buy-in events streamed. If anything, like you said, it is incredibly entertaining. We're not just seeing the boring ABC poker that you'll see in like a 5K, 10K buy-in where everybody's super tight and just playing chicken with pre-flop 3 bets. The chips are flying all around the table here. And we're seeing a lot of very unexpected stuff. So color me entertained.
Yep. And our Austrian now down to 3.2 million, and he started on 6 million and has had 3 fantastic spots to win quite sizable pots. And has veered away from all of those. We have
And
our,
he was even up to 9 million at one point as well.
yeah. Maxime taking it easy on his stack, and I think that's good. Made some interesting plays with Jack 9, Queen 9, Jack 8. He does like those kind of middle connected cards, but it's the way he's played them that's been the most impressive. And he's shown some really good poker skills on this table, as has the Frenchman. So it's not been all negative and all poor play. We've had 2 or 3 very, very good examples of a way of playing a final table. And here we have Yavanna coming in with a fairly standard raise with the ace 10.
She's actually calling from the small blind against a cutoff open from Bashar. Yes.
Yeah, good shout. So just a call. And Bashar has hit.
And she's flopped the double gutter.
She has. Any king, any 9. 4-2 suited. Came in on the big blind. She's going to bet this. She's going to take the lead on this. No, the 4-2 suited does. Of course he does. I mean, you know, why wouldn't you? Second pair calls. Now this is an interesting spot for Yavanna. She's just decided to call though with her draw. And she's hit it. Check, check. Come on, let's just see the check. Lovely. Well played, young lady. Checking the heck out of this. Nuts with the nut redraw.
This is absolutely insane from Dib going with the 4 deuce here.
On this board, it really is daft against 2 players. I'm having to change my view. He has played very well up till this hand, but this is particularly poor, betting into 2 players on as connected a board as that. I mean, just going to be shoving here.
Yeah, I think she's going to jam. Yeah, she's got to protect against the flush draws. Unless the card reader's off.
I mean, okay, if he's got a set of 8s, 9s, queens or jacks, I'm going to apologise profusely. If he does have 4-2 of spades, as we are being shown, then he played it really badly, and it makes a tough fold. Yavanna, pretty well a double up there. Excellent.
And that
she has a real chance of winning this tournament.
That is a lot of chips to go with 4 deuce. I think she's been probably the best player at the table so far. I have to agree with you.
So I have king or 9.
Well, yeah, she's been the most efficient, I would say. It's like I'm still on I'm still a Maxime fan, and I do know both of those players quite well. So it's not personal. It's just on how he's played this final table so far. He's been the more adventurous, the more picking up very good reads and backing them, making a great fold. So I think he's been involved in action. But now we're going to see some moves coming. Now she has a stack. Raising with the ace-6.
Interesting to note that Nolik is skipping the action right now with a 15 big blind stack or less. Even he's walked away.
Well, he is of a certain age and I am of a similar age. Sometimes you've just got to go.
All the money in the world, right? Can't help you.
No, I am super with them.
I just love that Banco Bratislava logo with the feathers as the roulette wheel. It's certainly one of the more creative ones I've ever seen.
It's lovely, except the local laws have meant that the roulette wheel is in another building 10 minutes away with another brand name. So it's may need redesigning. May need some poker imagery rather than a very attractive logo. I agree with you. We'll see. I'll have a chat with my boss, who's the head of marketing here at Banco, see what he thinks. I mean, I'll guarantee he hasn't thought about it because he tends to be doing about 5 million things at the same time. Runs all the poker. Here we go. Hello, everyone. All in 3.6 million with an ace-8. And he is ahead.
I love this show.
Original...
It's a lot of pressure on the other players.
Great play with his hand, I think. Perfect amount.
It's about 14 bigs, especially when you're against 2 late position players. I think personally he's going to get called by the King Queen, but wow, the ace-5.
A bad call with the ace-5. And Maxime, now, do you see the regret on Maxime's face with the King Queen? He's so live. That is what he's thinking. He's thinking, how am I folding? Now he sees the hands.
How could Dib call? Because I should be the one in this hand.
Yeah, no, he is thinking that as well. Because the reason he folded, you're quite right, is that our French... Oh my goodness, he's hit his 5. A 7 or an 8.
Flop.
7 or an 8 now for Djukovic to stay in. He is the player at risk. 7 outs. Still got 30%. That's not a helpful card. It's got the same 7 outs. He's getting up. Extra 5% added. Put your coat on, son. That'll make it up to 10. You can see there. Of course, he's got the counterfeit as well, the 9. Got the counterfeit. And that is no good. In fact, if Maxine had called...
Mr. Djukovic.
And if Maxine had called, he'd have lost with King Queen to the ace-8. So it ended up saving him money. A poor play rewarded, I think, would be the strap line of that one.
Absolutely, and it's unfortunate that Djukovic goes home with a little over 4K. Just super unfortunate at the final table. He really couldn't get anything going, and then he gets bad beat. He's not going to be happy with how the cards were dealt in this one.
No, but we are down to 7 players. So for 6th place, he picked up €6,500. And it's quite a big jump, nearly €2,000. No, I apologise, I've got the figures wrong. He finished 8th for 4,000, and the next jump is just over 1,000 to 5.2 for 7th place. Got too excited, I was ahead of myself.
Yeah, we still got a long way to go. 7-handed, a lot of money to play for now. Making 5K. Off a €170 buy-in is nothing to sneeze at. So everybody can be really happy so far, but they'll all be eyeing those 5-figure scores up top.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're up. If you make a deal, kind of first, second, third, you're guaranteeing 100x the buy-in, 17,000. So every one of them will have more than that, which is a great return in any poker tournament. I love a suited 4-6 on the button or near the button. Always be raising that one. And here we have our leaderboard. Frenchman, having knocked out our 8th place finisher, back at the top of the leaderboard, and Maxine, and now Giovanna up to 3rd. 3 players in the danger zone around the 12-13 big blind mark. Nalik, Bachar and Pollock, arguably the 3 weakest players on the table, I would say, from what we've seen so far. So the poker order is restored somewhat at this point.
In this case, people will stay longer.
Here we go.
Ivana now picking up cards to go along with her stack. Ace Queen. Out of position, but a strong hand. This is not a good spot to shove with, my friend. He's going to be tempted, I promise you.
With about 11 bigs behind, I think GTO probably calls for just a flat here. It likes to flat these sort of king-jack hands. But given the style, okay, good call. Yeah, given the style of play, I wouldn't have been surprised to see a jam. Pollock's going to be patient. Or a fold. Alright, well, avoided disaster here.
Giovanna, I think, will put in a fairly small bet. She wants the call. Trouble is, even a small bet is quite a sizable percentage of his stack, and he hasn't hit, and he can't call.
Yeah, she went for 2 big blinds. She could have even went for 1.5 big blinds, but
I think that's
never
too
gonna
suspicious.
call with the king jack.
I think it needs to be a realistic small bet. If you make it so small, like 1 big blind, it's just really telegraphs. I mean, it telegraphs you've got top set, let alone, you know, the hand she had. It's too weak, I think, personally. That's how I would read it anyway, if I was the opposition. If I was an Austrian that had folded 3 massive spots, which I am not, only because I'm not Austrian. Although I do like Austria, lovely country. We'll be there for my birthday weekend in March after the one event here in the Norwegian Championships. Favourite of the mixed game player. Nice small pair of 3s for Giovanna, but she's up against the JJ, the Cowboys, the Jacks. Is it the Cowboys or are they Kings? Let's get confused there.
Cowboys are definitely kings, JJ.
Okay. Jacks
We're just going to call these the JJs. The Jiggities.
The JJs. Yeah, let's not call them the JJs, because that is definitely something else. So we've got to keep this this stream clean. Nice 3 bet there to 1.5 million with the Jacks. We did see Jacks fold earlier by Bashar, do you remember? Just snap folded.
Yeah, I think
button.
the Austrian's going to be out here. He's picked up 10s in the small blind. I think this is going to be
we'll have nothing to comment
him.
on. He should be shut. Oh my God, no, he's not actually folding 10s. I mean, even though we know he's behind, you cannot fold 10s with 2 million chips. You can't.
He's got 8 bigs.
But there's no player at risk. There's no player at risk, so he can't move up the ladder. Yeah, it's the only play. There is no other play.
Oh, 9's behind.
No, he can fold
behind.
this. But if he calls, it's going to be a massacre.
And
we know. He's all in. We know that Giovanna will fold the 3s. Obviously, I mean, there's 3 players all in, and it's not automatic. The Jacks will win. It really isn't. I mean, you know.
Yeah, you can't fold for that small of a price, and he does. Oh my word! He is 18 million, and he's
The
folding
jacks have
2.5 million more. The jacks have
The
folded.
jacks have what?
What a crazy fold.
That is an absurd fold with his
Oh
stack.
my
Yes,
god. This
There's
final
2
table,
players.
I have never ever seen anything like this final table. With the
Oh my days!
this is literally, it's so weird. This is your first one because I've never seen this in my life ever, and I have played a lot of poker.
We should be down to 6. We're down to 5 rather.
Oh my god! How do you fold jacks there? Even if you lose to a spiked 10 or 9 on the river, how are you folding against 2 short stacks? What do you think they have? People are shoving with ace 9, ace 10. Oh no! Oh, this is just madness. And somehow our Austrian has trebled up.
Triple up.
I might have to keep quiet for a bit. I think I'm going to say something I regret.
Thank you.
No, I think you. I have to thank you because you fold. But you know him. He always makes this.
How much you have? 15. No, 16, 15, 16, yeah. But 8 million for...
but maybe for this reason he puts all in to protect, you know.
Yeah.
You need to think about that. Because with kings, you not push all in, so with aces.
Why? I saw the this day. Excellent.
Small big blind, push all in. 150 blinds.
Yeah, but it was difficult for you even put attention.
Wow. This one will be talked about for a long time.
I am short stack, so what about?
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Good hand to push.
I have 10.
Good push.
10.
And good save.
Yeah. Good save.
Wow.
It is a bit crazy because he is facing a 4-bet jam and a 5-bet jam, but with his size stack and the amount of money he put in and the small, he only has to call about 10 more bigs. He's got to be in there with a hand like jacks. He could be up against 10s and 9s, a couple of ace kings, an ace queen, and an ace king. There's a very high percentage that he is going to be ahead or behind queens plus.
It's about 70-75% he's winning, and even against 2 overcards, he's still winning. So the implied is like 80%, 90%. I thought I saw one of the worst folds about an hour ago, and that has been surpassed. And the chat is going wild. They are all just laughing their heads off at some of the folds here. And that's the 3rd really poor play the Frenchman has made. And he seemed to be looking really good the first hour or 2. I don't know whether you'd agree, but I was very impressed with how he played. But I don't know whether maybe I misread it or it was good timing. I don't know. But the last 3 plays he's made have just been appalling. There's no other word, I'm afraid.
I think you got pretty lucky in the beginning of the stream. Yep, Yvonne keeps on chipping up. But yeah, Dib got very lucky in the beginning of the stream. He won a couple big pots. He won a couple all-ins. He chipped up massively. But ever since he's gotten the chips, he got rewarded with the ace-5 against ace-8. But it has not been impressive whatsoever. And I'm afraid that this is always the one where you fold the massive spot where you would have won, that you should have called, and then you're going to make a couple bad decisions down the line, and you're going to bleed chips. It just has that feel to it. And if you're a skilled player at this table, Yeah, like Maxime or Giovanna, you have to be thrilled with what you're seeing.
Yeah, I think Maxine and her will feel very, very comfortable on this final table. Both experienced players, and obviously they have not seen all the hands we've seen, and they haven't. But they certainly will be aware of the last one because he said he had jacks. So, and everyone responded on the table. I think we've got a push here on the button with sixes. He's only got 1.1 million after losing that big hand, nines against tens. And I'm pretty sure. I mean, please don't fold this, please, please. I mean,
This
I
don't know
may
if
have
he
to give up
realizes
this
how
game.
Yeah, I'll have to retire from commentating. There's no reason
and this is your first one. This is. I feel bad. I think I brought you into some twilight zone of poker that just makes no sense at all.
Okay.
Wow.
So far, so he's asked how much. So he has to know now that he has to call.
You're getting 5 to 1 on his money.
Wait. Sorry, JJ. I believe the 1.1 million may be wrong on our monitor. It looks like the dealer I think
like
said he has 5.3 million.
Yeah,
So
I can see all the red chips. That's a whole different thing. That's not 1.1 million.
So that makes the jacks fold, actually, because he would have had a lot more with the 9 shove. That makes the jacks fold a lot more legitimate. Because if we don't know how many chips he has, but if he had 5.3 million now, he would have had about 9 million when he shoved the pocket 9s, which would have been about half a dib stack, which now I can understand why he's folding the jacks.
Yeah, it's a totally different decision. Obviously, we can only go on the information we are given, and we were both right to find it unbelievable that he hasn't called, but against a much bigger bet, then it is almost certainly a fold. So,
alright, Dib is forgiven officially for his pocket jacks fold. We were mistaken.
Yeah. Well, I think if I remember rightly, that was 3.6 million. But someone in the commentary said, yeah, there's a couple of people commenting.
So
they're telling me off, but I don't have time to look at the commentating all the time, guys. Bear with us. Give us a bit of a leeway here. We are doing 2 or 3 things at the same time. Someone's saying he had more than 7 million.
Yes, Bashar, who it looked like on our screen when he shoved, he only had 3.5 million. But he clearly had much more when he shoved his pocket 9s when he did, because he had 5.1 million after losing the 9s against 10s. So he must have had about 9 million.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what someone in the stream is saying. Top pair checked and has allowed our Austrian friends to hit top pair with the ace-king. Checked again. Should see a bet coming in here. Maybe 5. Yeah, 5.5.
This is a really good size.
Yeah, very nice small call me bet. And he has hit top 2 now. Just possible straight there. But less likely. Queen 10. No,
well, it does give him 2 pairs.
700 here. I'd like to see 750 value bet. Let's get some proper poker in here.
Yeah. I think he's unfortunately going to go a lot larger.
This is one of the ones where you go, what do I know? If you get, well, mind you, okay, whoa, hold it, JJ. He's up against the Frenchman that has played some very strange plays in my book, so maybe he'll get a call. Maybe it looks like a little bit bluffy.
I wouldn't put Pollock on any bluffs whatsoever, given how tight he's been the whole day.
It hasn't been tight. He's just been wrong. I think there's two different ways of looking at it. But this bet size is not an automatic fold. I'll give him that. It is not. It may be in the high end of a possible calling range, but
honestly, there's a few sickos out there. If this was a higher skilled table, that would jam this with the queen blocker. Block him straight.
Someone's commented, "Call Floorman and stop this." Absolutely brilliant. And the right fold is made. Oh, thank you guys for these wonderful comments. They're making my day. I'm telling you, please stop this. Is it a joke? You know, and there's a fair comments. Everyone has a right to have their view on stuff, as we do. But it is.
This is
quite hard.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's and we're not even on drugs, guys. Can I just emphasize that neither of us. Well, I can't speak for Blaze, but I have not had any drugs relating to this night, and it's been a very strange final table so far.
I feel like I'm on drugs watching this.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm only on the kebabs, JJ.
Well, they're good kebabs, but I don't think they lace them. LSD kebabs. There's an interesting challenge for our Austrian friend. He's got a raising king queen.
All right, he's found the raise. Good for him.
Well, he's found the raise, but this is if someone hits back at him with ace 4, ace 3, ace 6, 7. Nalik will be shoving with ace
suited.
10. Ace 10 suited is a shove
Here
for
we
sure.
Go.
Oh,
12 bigs. This is actually a close decision with the king queen.
Nirvana probably would have done that as well with 5s, you know. She didn't get a chance, but I think she'd have shoved or raised with 5s.
Yeah, this is a tight one.
This is a tough spot.
Generally, GTO leans fold with king queen for 12 bigs, and it likes to call with about 10 bigs.
2,900,000.
But yeah, this is like slightly too high, and I think against an opponent like Nalik, who, you know, he's been pretty straightforward. He doesn't have any bluffs in his range. I would lean fold myself.
I would not criticize his fold at this point for this hand. Every other one, yes.
No, this is probably the first tough decision at this final table I've seen. I think he's put the chips in.
His call. This is absolutely mad. Not the call, just the fact that he's called. He made all those folds and then finally calls. Oh my goodness!
I think he's been finding balls as he's gone along this this final table.
I think we will be going into our
here we go
quick ad break just after this pot. We'll see the results of this. And there's the king with a backdoor flush draw.
There it is.
He's finally made a call. This time behind rather than being 80% in front. And it's paying off so far.
No check, only check.
2 pairs, but there's still a gut shot there. Doesn't want to see a jack.
That didn't really improve him any. Jack is still 3 outs regardless. Oh! Wow!
I think we've just seen how Mr. Nalik won his 70,000. I think we've just seen how.
This is unbelievable. What a final table this has been.
It's really exciting. It's one of the best ones I've seen here, I'll be honest. And not necessarily for the right reasons. But it's been fun.
Oh my god, I'm almost crying. This is so entertaining.
Lovely comments coming in. All of us need a break. They have to be on drugs playing like that. This is brilliant.
Looking for poker that's fun and free? Play Poker Go brings you authentic poker action. No bots, gimmicks, just players like you from all over the world. Jump straight into a ring game or test your skills in a tournament against real competition. With Play Poker Go, every hand feels like the real deal. Find Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Join the fun. Sign up for free. Play Poker Go.
Oh, wow. We have seen just about everything at this final table. And there's still a lot more action to come. This is brilliant stuff. Alright, Giovanna opens the ace-5 suited. Maxime, standard call out of the small blind with the king-10 suited. And Maxime has outflopped Giovanna. They each get a piece of this. Pair and a backdoor flush draw for both of them. Alright, and Maxime has picked up additional equity. Giovanna probably finding a check, and she does. And I love this very tiny bet on the river. They're playing fast here. I don't think she can call, even for two bigs. Just doesn't have much hand. And yeah, great fold. Maxime up to 17 million. Which is about 68 bigs, so comfortably at the top. Bashar down to his last 10 bigs, going to be entering the big blind next hand. Playing a big blind ante, as most of the tournaments do nowadays. So, if he has to fold next hand, he'll be down to 8 bigs. Maxime can't even open the 7-3. Pop off about 21 bigs. Finding the KJ. Taking a peek at his opponent. It's gonna jam. I like the jam here.
Yeah, I like it as well. I try to peek under the hoodie through the sunglasses.
Are you sure they're not brothers?
Well, I think they're twins, not just brothers.
Yeah, I think they picked each other's outfits out today.
Yeah, one of them got sponsorship though.
You know, if you've ever seen those like starter pack memes, they're definitely wearing the poker players' starter pack outfits. You know, the black hoodie, the black trackies, the white shoes, the black sunglasses, some facial hair, maybe a watch underneath the sleeves. Classic.
Oh dear. I think we have to bring it back to the poker before we have chaos reigning. It's already chaotic on the game, so we're going to have to bring it back a bit, Blaze. Bring it back a bit. Let's focus.
All right, I think the poker is going to be going to provide all the chaos we need.
I think it is, and a reasonable raise there, min raise with the Queen Jack suited, fairly standard. And we have nothing much to fight back with. Nah, okay. He wants to have a look with a 5-6 offsuit, and that's not unreasonable. Live cards. Bad flop for 5-6 offsuit. You can see it all in his face. Did you see him turn away as soon as he saw the flop? No, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
Mainly,
I don't know.
it's because he has no pairs when he defends the big blind off sub 10. He has to jam all his pairs, so everybody knows he doesn't have a full house. The call was correct. You have to call a lot more when you're super short out of the big blind. But yeah, when you see a trips on the board, that's about as not low of a board as you can get defending the big.
It wasn't just the
when you're
cards
super short.
or wasn't just the board. It was his reaction to it. Now I don't know at this level how much the poker players are noticing in terms of body language of other players. Now, that's arguably my biggest strength as a poker player, because I have a psychology degree and a master's in communication, and I played a lot of poker, and it's my edge in terms of in this kind of environment on a final table. I do a lot of observation and focus on how players are responding, and that would have been such a giveaway where he just looks away from the flop almost in disgust. It doesn't matter what bet you do, it doesn't matter what hand you've got. If you're sitting there with 2-3 offsuit and you're losing to the 5-6, you're still going to make the bet. So this is something GTO
100%.
cannot teach you. So I stand by my my poker reading abilities. I think it's a very important part of the game. Here we've got an interesting pot brewing though. King 9 suited, just called by the King Queen. I'm going to say the word just. Bashar.
I love the call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bashar,
no
I like the
choice but
shove
to
here.
jam the super short.
I love that. Now it says 1.6. I cannot be right.
It is definitely not right.
He's got the red chip is 500k.
Yeah, so what
he
I'd
has
like
to have
to see is
7 million.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It looked like around 4 or 5. It's definitely gonna be around 15, 20 bigs territory. I'd like to see the King 9 suited get out of there and the King Queen call behind, especially when it's this sort of cutoff button small blind scenario. No, but yeah, Pollock hasn't been calling that off, anything off really. So no surprise there. Let's see, 1, 2,
He's
3,
got
4.
5 million
Those are
in red
6,
chips.
Yeah, 6 red chips. It looks like those are 500,000.
No, he's more than 6, and they're 500k each. And then he's got 2. He's got 4k behind him whites, and another 500. So I mean, he's got 10 million now. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get those updated on break, but yeah, he's certainly got a lot more chips than what we've thought.
Yeah. Our graphics team hopefully will sort that out in the break. We've got the right information for you, because it doesn't help us and it doesn't help you. So we can see the chips though, so we know, including the players, we know it's more than 1.6 million. And we know it was more than 1.1 million in the previous hand, which made the call much more difficult.
I'd like to see a jam here. He's got 4.4. There it is.
He's starting to wake up. Play some proper poker. Love it. Maybe he checked the stream in the break and did what I advised. Who knows? Yep. And he'll get maximum credit for all the folds he's made. So whatever hand he's got, he's going to get a lot of credit. And there is our leaderboard. No one in dire position. Bashar, it still shows Bashar as 3.4 million. We know that's wrong. I do apologise to our viewing audience, but somehow, somewhere, that glitches is in.
Почекай.
But we are sorting it out. I'm talking to our technical team as we speak.
Кинги.
Yeah. Tomorrow. Завтра.
I have time. Саш, с утра и пресу.
6 фунт.
I do think it might be Dib with a bit less than what's showing, and those chips over to Bachar.
Yeah, we just can go on the visuals. We know how much the chips are worth. So now we've got a nice little raise with the ace queen. Bashar with more than 3.4 million. Quite a lot more. Probably 2.5 times that much. But it's not a good hand, a6. He really doesn't want to get too busy. He has made the call. So he has pop covered.
The worst.
Yeah, I hate
The worst ace.
And I hate that play. Of all the plays, you've got three choices in most plays: fold, raise, or call. And the call with the a6 is right up there with the gold medal of worst play. I don't even mind someone making a play, making a move with it. You've still got an ace, you make a move. You're not really doing it because it's an a6. You're doing it because of position or stack or whatever. Hit a nice up and down, though.
Well, yeah, he might get rewarded for it after all. He's
What
not
do I
gonna go
know?
anywhere on this flop.
We've got most things wrong so far in this final table because it's been confounding. But there we go.
And that is
He's bet into it.
half pot bet.
Call by the ace queen. Sorry, by the 8-9.
No, by the 9-8.
Yeah.
And both players up and down now.
Yep. Yeah, good bet there by... Did he just push? Did he shove? Oh, graphics said plus 14 million. He may have shoved. That would be a very strange shove. I thought he just bet.
Yeah, love the shove there, honestly. It's a big card that comes out on the turn. Even if you're against top pair on the flop, now both players have an up and down straight draw. And now you've got two overs to the second card. You're up and down. And you're commanding, chip leader over at least the player in the hand you're up against.
Yeah,
so
it's a nice play.
Second pair.
I wasn't sure that he shoved. That was all. The graphics said one thing, and I thought his chip said something else. That was I was unclear about. Not whether it was.
Well,
a good shove or
here
not.
we go. We've got pocket aces on the button and sevens in the small. Dib's been very aggressive. Let's see how aggressive he's gonna get. I'm sure a raise is coming.
Good call. He's raising. Quite a big raise. Now, Yavanna, take your time. Take your time. Take your time, girl. You can double up here big time. This is an interesting spot.
Cool.
Yeah, I like this.
I love the flat. I love the flat.
I really like the flat here. Even if she gets in trouble, I like the flat. She's under-repping her hand tremendously, and that's not a bad flop for sevens. So I think she's got a real chance of picking up a full. Yeah, look at this. I think the Frenchman is showing his naivety at the moment, and Yavanna is giving him a poker lesson. Look at this. Lovely. Take your time.
She's given him a lot of rope. He's been super aggressive.
Yep.
And this is like the perfect scenario to punish him for the aggression. There's no need to raise whatsoever. She might be thinking, oh, if he's got tens or something, he's going to
Ace
get
9,
it in
ace
here.
8,
But
quite possible.
oh,
He's gone all in though.
I don't like this at all.
I agree with you.
Unfortunately,
Yeah. I think she could have
think
milked
you just have
another.
to flat.
Yeah. I think she could have milked
At
another.
least a turn bet.
I mean, in effect, what is
could've-
she repping here? We know she has aces, but what is she repping by going all in? You're not going all in with ace 9, a flush draw, ace 8. You're only really pushing with a set or an overpair. To which the
No, a
sevens are
hand
losing.
like Jack 10, a couple of
Very
hearts
unlikely
might
that
jam.
she.
Like,
No, I disagree slightly in that I don't think she would do that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the player who has just done that would do that. Not whether or not it's technically right. See what I mean?
right. Yeah,
I just don't
can
think
see
I don't think
even
Ivana would
her-
shove with nothing or with just a draw.
If you have
Jack
2
10 of
overs
hearts.
and a draw, though. Yeah,
Jack 10
even
of
if you have
hearts,
2
yeah.
overs, Jack 10 of hearts, King Queen of hearts, King Jack of hearts, King 10 of hearts.
Only Jack 10 of
They all
hearts
make
would
really awesome.
Yeah.
They make really awesome jams here. I don't know why Dib's taking so long. Maybe he thinks she's just pushing with a heart draw.
Yeah, ace king of hearts, ace queen of hearts that's missed. And if he does make the sensible fold, but I think she missed an opportunity there. The reason I think it is, I think she had an option to shove on the flop. Sorry, not on the flop, pre-flop. That was a possibility. She chose to flat call, but then didn't run that scenario. I think she lost her nerve maybe a little bit, and there was no reason to think he's going to snap call, which is what you need when you've got the overpair like that. So I think she went slightly awry on her strategy. Looked really good to start with, and then she maybe just lost confidence in her. And it is hard sometimes to make that play, just to flat call when you think you're ahead. Maybe she thought it was a dangerous flop, the 8-9. Didn't want to see any kind of straight-in card. I don't know.
Yeah, it's part of poker and growing as a poker player is being comfortable with the uncomfortable. Like, you want to... Like, the goal is to get blasted 3 streets when you're holding the aces. And sometimes in the moment when you see a board like 9-8 deuce and 2 hearts, it is going to be intimidating to get barreled on for 3 streets or see a turn that could make your aces a bit more uncomfortable. But when you decide to flap the aces, you kind of have to go along with that high risk, high reward strategy against a super aggressive opponent and hope that they, blast off and don't hit 2 pair. And if they do hit 2 pair or better, so be it. You had a plan and it didn't work out, but
a raise by Ivana with the 8-9 suited, called by Monsieur Dib with the king queen. She's repping the ace, but actually has a flush draw, which is actually a pretty good flop for the 8-9 suited. So she is on the rise. Guys, I want you all to check the Banco Masters website, bancocasino.sk, and you will see, if you click on your language, I think it's German, English, or Slovakian, and then click on events, you will see our next 3 months extravaganzas. They really are coming thick and fast here. The value is incredible. The Polish poker in March will be massive numbers. The festival attracts mixed game players from all around the world and has fantastic value satellites on the iPoker system on every single brand, every single country's front end of that particular system. So I can play on Betfred in the UK. Other players play PAF and Coolbet out in Scandinavia. And every country has some kind of offering. Great value tournaments coming up here at Banco Casino in sunny but cold Bratislava.
I'm really looking forward to that €550 mixed games main event during the festival.
The Torsas that I played in December. It's great, and you can play the satellites online on iPoker, and if you win a main event seat or a package that has a main event seat, you can use it in the Torsas. But here we've got nines pushing against Maxime with the ace-3. It's quite a big raise, though. He's really not getting value to call with a bad ace. I think he will end up folding. He's made the
pretty standard jam here. It's 16 bigs against the button open. No choice but to jam. But Maxime's gonna Hollywood, make it seem like he's got a tough decision. Yeah, this is a part of his game. We've seen it, every time he gets jammed on. Like you said, hates to fold, gonna eventually find it. There you go, in the bin. Polish chips up a little bit.
I'm standing on stage again for the first time.
Yeah, the festival coming up has everything. A €250 heads up tournament. Got a couple cash game challenges. Main events are only $550. Hand and Mob Championships $250.
Massive,
nice 125. Bomb pot, half no limit, half PLO, which looks really cool. And then the an €1,100 PLO high roller, which is going to attract a lot of really good players to come out to Bratislava.
No, that gets between 40 and 70 runners, and it's not guaranteed. The other thing that the festival does is they're very innovative. So we had a Chicago championship, and the last one, which I played a couple of rounds on, but it's quite expensive to you've got one dealer with 3 players, so it's quite expensive to kind of service. And it's basically a family game you play at home in Sweden. And I have a house in Sweden, so I played it quite a lot. And that was fun, but I think they're not doing that. But they also have a Chinese event, Pineapple, OFC event. And they have a 250 buy-in and 1,000 high roller one. And Franca has that in because he often wins one of them. So it's the promoter's requisite to have a tournament in his own festival that he normally wins. I get that. He loves it. Loves his OFC. And a very popular
I
tournament.
love my OFC.
You and I will have to play some.
Absolutely. Anytime we both bust the PLO Masters, then we can sit down for a couple hours and play OFC on the side.
Well, we will. When I played in Monte Carlo many years ago at the EPT Grand Final, I saw 2 quite famous poker players playing €1,000 a point OFC. That's a big game.
Oh my god!
Oh, we have aces, guys.
Up 1,000 a point. Wow.
Back to the action. We've got aces with our Frenchman.
Back to the action, indeed.
And Maxime has ace-8. He will not let. He will let it go. Very good. Poker instincts.
He thought about it.
He did.
Thought about it. Yeah, when you play a whole bunch of hands and you're loosey-goosey, you generally are going to be getting paid when you actually get the big hands, but only if somebody else picks up a hand. Yeah. Jack 7 might be inclined to peel.
There's nothing wrong with him peeling here. It's
nope.
Perfectly standard. Suited Jack. Let's see if he gets drawn in on the flop though. No. So very safe
Not at
flop
all.
for an overpair. A third of the pot. And all to form.
Now, how many runners does that 1100 OFC get? I'm very curious.
No, I'll probably have to look it up on Hendon Mob because it will be literally on the last one in Banco. I think 25-30, and I'm kind of guessing a bit, but it more than maybe more than you think. And if I remember rightly, it was 8 or 9k for first place, maybe more. I'd have to look it up. I will look it up. I'll look it up for you while you take our lovely viewers through the action.
Alright, I gotcha.
Interesting. If I damage the cards.
Je comprends.
Ah, okay. I will be polite. Give me some
Okay, I found it.
never
I wasn't miles off. 23 runners, prize pool of 25,000 euros, and I was right, 8,500 for first place. So that was the
We've got
1,000 one. And then-
Alright, we've gotten all in the meantime with Bashar pushing
Okay.
Jack 10 off. And Queen Jack suited might look him up. It depends on the accurate count of Bashar. He definitely has more than 605. But yeah, not enough. There are too many chips for Giovanna to call. Queen Jack looks like he shoved about 15, 16 bigs, perhaps. Which, yeah, you can understand the Queen Jack suited fold in that case. Interesting hand to shove for 16 bigs. Certainly
it is.
wouldn't
Yeah,
be there.
I'm not a fan of that myself, but
No.
you just, you know, there was only 2 players behind, so he was on the button, so it has some validity there, and you don't really want to see a flop with it, so either a fold or a raises
nearly good.
acceptable, but yeah, it's not a spot you want to get called on. That's all you're going there. You get called, you're miles behind.
Yeah, it generally plays as either a fold or a min open. It's one of those bottom of range hands, and typically when you're on a 15 big blind stack, you jam the middle of your range and then you open to 2 big blinds with your top and your bottom of your range. And Jack 10 off is definitely not in the middle there, so that's why I prefer.
Giovanna coming in with a min
yeah.
raise on the small blind. Getting looked up by Monsieur Dib with the 8-9 offsuit. Both have hit this flop. Bottom pair for the Frenchman. Second pair for Giovanna, who just checks. I think she'll be betting now. And because she very cutely, I like the check on the flop. That's the way. This is a good line in my view. Check on the flop means you are much more likely to get paid, and that's a good card to get paid on. Gives 2 pairs. Oh, she just checked again. Okay.
I would have liked to see a river bet there.
I think, yeah, I think she missed value
bet.
there. $1 million into 3 would get called there. He's not in a bet.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's shown to be a little loose with his calls, and yeah, I think once you check the flop, your ace queen is basically as good as king deuce there. So you've definitely got to find some value on the river. A 5's not calling you on the turn, almost certainly. So you shouldn't be worried about a 5.
No, it was a good card for both players. But Ivana really should have, I think. Once she's got the call, it's very unlikely to be called by king there. More likely to be raised. So I think she should have felt fairly... And even if her oppo had a queen, she's got the biggest kicker with the ace. So I think, yeah, a bit of missed value there. What do you think about
600.
missed value in general? Because I see it a lot. I think I've probably full foul of it myself. I think I've definitely remember missing value in certain hands, especially on the river. What do you think about it?
So my thoughts about whether you should take these thin value spots or not is how often your opponents are raising on the river, with especially if they have bluffs in there. And if your opponents aren't ever bluff raising on the river, then you should be going for value a lot more often. Because
so it's pick your spot.
Yes, so when you have value on the river and you're not playing against anybody who's ever going to raise you without the nuts on the river, then you should be going for value every time. And sometimes, like with, if you're checking second pair top kicker on the flop and then, betting turn.
Wow.
It's still second pair top kicker on the river.
Back to the action. Sorry, Blaze.
Yeah.
Maxime has got the absolute gin river. He's called twice, thinking he might be ahead. He now knows he's ahead. But Frenchman has checked. I'm quite surprised he's checked, actually. He's got top pair, and it should be a safe card for him. We know it isn't, but technically it should be. Maxime will be betting this. Is he going to try and turn it into a bluff? A lovely bet and an immediate call. Lovely size bet. Maxime,
I actually love the
you're
check.
my hero.
I love the check with the queen 10 on the river because there is going to be a lot of 6x in his range. And so you definitely, if you think Maxime is going to be a player who can bluff sometimes, he's going to have a lot of 4-5. And he is, then you're going to check, you don't need to bet your top pair.
No, I think that's a really good
point. 6 is a great card for the big blind to bluff. And, and you avoid getting raised when you have
that's
top
also
pair.
why he got called, because it's Maxime. That's why, people see him as a loosey-goosey aggro player, but he really isn't. He's a pretty... I mean, he will... if he sees weakness, he'll absolutely pounce. But I don't see that at all in the same range as being a loose player. But he gets given a loose title sometimes, and people are wrong. But again, I've played quite a lot with him, and I've commentated on him about 4 times on these finals. One of my colleagues, who I'll be working with this week in Marrakesh. I don't know whether you know Marrakesh, but it's out in sunny Morocco, and that colleague has commentated. He did wonder whether Maxime had some kind of device to help him because he just wins so much and he makes so many right decisions. I just think he's a very good player. He does take risks for sure. Like that Queen Jack earlier. I mean, that's a risk. It's a risky play. If he gets 4-bet on that, he's lost 1.5 million chips because he'll have to fold. But I like the way he plays. I think it's the right one.
Is that the main event you're calling in Marrakesh?
No, I'm doing quite a few actually. I'm doing a heads up, a high roller, day 2, and the main event. So I've got 4. It's a busy week this week, followed by the first Israeli Federation Cup here at Banco next Monday, final table, and that starts tomorrow. 400 Israelis flying into Bratislava. They love coming here. On most tournaments, there's an Israeli or 2 on the final table, and there's a particular promoter that brings 100, 150 to most of the tournaments, especially things like the Polish. I think we've got another all in, but it is not 1.4 million that our screen is showing us. We have to have a little guess of what it is, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it looks like about 4 million. This is gonna get called.
Ain't gonna get called by nines. He has.
Yeah, here we go, gentlemen.
So that looks like 2, 3, 4 million, at least 4.5 million. I think that is with Bashar.
Yeah, he's
And that
covering
covers-
Pop, so
Yeah, but he hasn't hit. It's a good flop for nines. Gut shot draw comes in, and there's a 9. Doesn't change the action. He still needs it. Well, he needs a gut shot. The ace and kings. Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
What a final table this is. It's the most bizarre I've ever done. It really is. Fantastic action. Really exciting in weird ways, but very exciting. Wow. That's the second time we've seen that. Do you remember the other one?
How could I forget another 4-outer with the jack as well? And it looks like it could be curtains for Pop. I know the chip counts are going to be extremely close. The Pop might be out in 7th for 52-55. Let's see. Yes, he has departed. We are down to 6. Bogdan Pop out in 7th for
Just popped out to get his
€5,255.
winnings. Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be on the lemonade. Wow, what a final.
There's the empty seat. Wow.
I'm going to have to relay some of the comments we've got on the stream, because again, it's very unusual. Apparently, we're going to need some psycho log after this commentary. And another player, Tamas, says, can't believe how much fun we're having, and the comments, really good to watch. They have fun. When are we going to Bratislava? So even this, welcome to Value Town, Bratislava. We'll finish tomorrow 9 a.m. We've got some great comments coming through. Keep them coming, guys, and do subscribe to the Spade TV, and then you can hear Blaze and I talk more rubbish and more laughter next Monday when we'll have, I don't know, 8 or 9 Israelis on the final table. But we've got another prop brewing. Jack 5 on board. I think we've got an all-in and a call.
No, he's the last hand before break. He just showed him.
Okay.
Just put a tiny little bet in.
So
got the
we're
fold.
on
They both
another
showed their
15-minute
cards.
break. Another 15-minute break,
We
guys.
are
we?
indeed.
Yeah, I never get told these things. Okay. See you soon, everyone. Have a cup of tea or a bottle of vodka.
Partial break. Szczęsnik 200. Güler.
And JJ went to toilet.
Alright, we are back playing six-handed poker. It looks like the chip counts have been fixed and accurate. Got a two-horse race at the top with Maxime and Giovanna, the Frenchman in third. Everybody's got above 17 bigs, so we should be in for a treat.
Lots of play to come, as you said, Blaze. Giovanna has been the biggest gainer so far, biggest rise in chips. Remember, she started off she was the small stack, 9th out of 9. Really done well to get to where she is. Up against the experienced Maxime and the more variable Frenchman. But here, pair of 10s on the button. There's only one way of playing this. That's to fold.
He finds it, and he's gonna chip up to 7.6 million, as long as the big blind doesn't wake up with anything.
And Giovanna will have to fold her ace 5. All went to plan, that one. Very good. Well done, players. You make us look less stupid.
Yeah, it's worth remembering Giovanna started in 8th place with a little over 10 bigs. So she's done absolutely magnificent at this final table.
Oh, finally. He also needs to have chips like you, so I said to him, finally. Stop drinking.
I think they've the floor staff have coloured up the smaller chips, so we now just have the red and the white. The red are worth 500k, the white 100k. And all of the few chips left, Nalik makes an interesting shove with 4-5. I suppose you could argue it doesn't matter what hand he's got. It needs a big hand to call. So actually quite a reasonable move there, I think, on the small blind. Picks up the big blind.
I don't think I'll be shoving 5-4 off for 11 bigs anytime soon, but, you know, Nalik's here to gamble.
Zinful.
Maxi must have heard you and folded his 5-4 offsuit.
You definitely don't want to get called holding 5-4 off, because then you just look like an idiot.
That is true. And now a proper hand in a small blind is making a raise rather than a shove. Could get looked up by 7-8 suited. It's a perfectly fair call. Let's see what the in position.
Call here.
Not a good flop for 7-8 suited. Got a gut shot.
Gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. I don't think he'll go anywhere against a tiny bet.
No.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, you're right. It wasn't a tiny bet, but it was a... And that's not a good card for the 2 diamonds.
Yeah, this will be the end of this.
Yep, nice. Well played. Again, young lady. We were going to have a drink yesterday, and I got quite busy playing the 4-5-6, and she was busy, but so we never got round to it. I actually owe her a drink, but if she wins lots of money, I think she'll have to buy me one. I think that's only fair. That's how it works in poker. Whoever's winning pays for the drinks.
I was like, oh my god, please don't.
100% agree there.
Like, ace, 5.
Because I expect it on the turn only.
But I also expected that he has something more than king jack.
It's usually a good thing when you're the guy buying all the drinks.
King jack.
Yes, I know, I said. It's also a surprise.
A couple of jacks for the Austrian.
I believe that.
1 million. It's the same.
He's gone to $1 million.
Did he say $1 million?
He said $1 million.
Alright, we're going with the old-fashioned 3.3 big blind open.
Excuse me, do not slag off the raises I used to make 5 years ago.
Oh
But,
no, we've got a
this
three
could be
bet.
trouble. This could be trouble. As the song goes, there will be trouble ahead. There will be music
like
and
this at all.
dancing in Austria. I don't think she can afford to fold.
Yeah, generally anytime somebody opens to this sort of sizing and you get some sort of mid-pair, you're still getting the right price to call, but
Yeah,
unless
I
you have
don't.
a super
I think she's
premium-
made a. I agree. I think she made a bit of an error here, especially against this player making that raise. He's going to
But
shove.
this is
Oh,
the guy
hang
that
on.
might fold.
I forgot.
This is the guy
about.
that could fold.
This is the only guy that could fold jacks here, or queens, or kings, or aces. Well, I like that. Nice bit of play there. Both having a little swig of beer.
What are you doing here?
Giovanna looking very confident, actually. She does look confident.
I don't think he likes this at all. I actually think he's gonna fold these jacks.
I think you're right.
Given his body language, and he has no fold equity. Yeah, he's getting rid of him. Wow! Wait.
This is getting even more. It's so strange. It's the weirdest final I've ever worked on. It's very strange.
You know, I don't know what to say because I hate the 3-bet with the 8s, but against this particular player, it's not the worst thing in the world. Although, yeah, if he had jammed, she would have been committed and she would have lost about 70% of her stack. It would have been a disaster. But wow,
I think he just
doesn't matter if it all works out.
I think he just asked whether she had aces, and I think she confirmed that she did. Ace Jack pushing.
No, she did say she had 8s.
Oh,
Is
eights.
this 8 million?
Yeah, no, I think the graphics are right now.
Big blind. Yeah, is this
Well,
26?
don't forget.
bigs?
Don't forget, he's been
Oh,
shoving.
blinds are up to 400.
Yeah, but he's still been shoving
Yeah.
with a much bigger stack than the graphics were telling us. So he was shoving with 5 million, 7 million. Well, when the graphics were saying 1.5 million, that kind of thing. So that has been his way of playing. He's got a big hand. He shoves. That's it.
Yeah, blinds are up to 400k, so that was 20 bigs. But either way, don't try that at home, kids.
Yeah, there's a lot of don't try that at home moments in this one.
Okay, here we go again. This a more reasonable shove. Very reasonable shove and quick fold.
Yeah, I think we're back to proper poker then. Nothing wrong with a raise, nothing wrong with a shove, and a quick fold saves us all time. Yeah, it was nothing wrong with that at all, that one.
Proper poker has been unbelievably hard to come by today.
Yep, for sure. Yeah.
We're all having a good time, though. That can't be denied.
Yeah. And that is something Banco... I mean, the festival, which you'll go to at the end of February at Banco, is the best week because the casino itself is good. Drinks flow. Everything's priced pretty well. And the players are there to have absolute fun. There's Frankie's flip-flops, where you put in 20 euros each, and the winner gets 150 or up to 200 euros, depending how many players. That's running all the time. You've got your OFC tournaments. I think are they bringing in pineapple? They might be bringing in pineapple this year. I haven't gone through the whole schedule because I'm not able to be there, unfortunately. But a lot of my friends and players will be there. I'm going to be going to Italy in March to play a kind of a home mix game in an amazing restaurant in Lake Como. And Franca, who runs the festival, is coming for the weekend to play and eat with us. And he's putting in a couple of festival tickets as value added, which is very kind of him. But a lot of us are very supportive of his festival development. Really is good. And nice that it's coming straight back here.
I'm gonna need the invite to Lake Como. I've never been, but I hear it's one of the most beautiful places on this earth.
It is lovely, and the restaurant we play at, Enrico the chef plays with us. I've been about 5 times now. It's my kind of poker recreation weekend, and I have family in Milan, so I see my family. I play poker. So sometimes it's in Milan. It's not always in Lake Como. It's about an hour and a half north of Milan. I have a car booked and in Milan, but that's full already. Might be another couple of friends. Vads, I don't know if you know him. Do you know Big Sam Ajapong, the Party Poker ambassador? He was playing in Glasgow. Yeah, you couldn't have missed him. They might be coming. We've got Chicky coming from Sweden. We've got a couple of UK friends who love mixed game and good food. You and the wife are more than welcome. Does she play mixed? I don't know.
I'm very happy to disclose that she has been getting into the mixed in the last year.
Well, it's all low buy-in. It's just friendly. It's friendly stuff. It's like 50 euros. It's not. It's not a money weekend. It's a pleasure. Play with friends. Play some. One of the tournaments on Monday is 20 variants, one after the other, called Monday Madness.
Oh, good dealer's choice. Yeah.
Yeah, almost proper dealer's choice, but with a set rotation, and that's great fun. And all the Italians love it. So there'll be about 25 of us in the restaurant. 6 or 7 handed tables. Start at 4 p.m. Eat at 8:30. About an hour and a half it takes. Food is fantastic. Best risotto you've ever had. Some of the best pastas. Antipasta's incredible. Wine and coffee, everything's included for like 30 euros, which is ridiculous. And then we play till 1:30, and then we can do the touristy things in the day. So I will send you information because it's just an invite only. Lots of fun weekend. I will sort that out. Back to the action.
Appreciate it.
1 million raised by Mr. Bashar. He hasn't shoved. That's the latest news. Maxime, though, with a proper hand in the big blind. But he's playing it slow. I think that's fair. Just calling with the ace-9. See where you are. He's out of position. And that is as good a flop as you can get. Top pair against second pair. This could be curtains for Bashir if he just calls.
That's a very large raise. 2 million. The ace nine
Large
will
bet.
be a
Very
little
large bet.
bit.
2 into 2.6 is
It'll be uncomfortable. Oh,
this is
here we go.
min raise. Oh wow, he's gone for it. And we could see our next finisher. I don't think he's going to fold ace 9.
I don't know. This is a lot of his stack, and he
Got
is.
backdoor.
Bashar is representing a very strong ace.
He is
This
representing
no,
a strong
you know,
ace. It's not automatic,
This
I
is
agree.
definitely not a snap call by any means. This would be for half of Maxime's remaining stack. And yeah, this is a massive
It's a tough
pot
spot.
already.
It's a tough spot. And you got backdoor diamonds as well.
Yeah, considering how, you know, tight and loosey-goosey Bashar's been, you know, jamming 20, and now he's opening the, you know, 2.5 bigs instead of jamming, and acting the way he has on this flop, I think Maxime's going to find a fold, even for this price.
I'm going for the call. I think it's really 50-50, and there is this is a situation where there is no right or wrong. But I think Maxime, he plays to win tournaments, and that's why I favour the call. Not that I think it's the right thing to do, just that I think he will call.
Fair enough.
Really trying to think it through. He will be in bad shape if he calls and he's miles behind, or if he loses, and still lose to King 10. It's a really tough spot. He has made the call. He's going to be very happy when he sees Bashar's hand. He's going to be quite surprised as well. He really thought he could be in trouble.
I'm quite surprised with all this action. This should not be a 20 million chip pot on the flop. Wow, this is incredible.
Yes, my friend, but it is.
23%.
And that is game
and
over.
that's curtains.
Maxime, that's why I thought he'd call, because he doesn't he plays to win a tournament, and that's if you look at it, you looked at his record before, you can see how many top places he has, because he makes those kind of plays, you know. And he backs his read. Well played, sir. Very well played.
He played good, incredible good. No, he played good. I really nearly.
So the final 5 players are now guaranteed 8,340 euros. Bashar leaves in 6th with 6,585 euros. Again, not bad for 170 euro entry.
I think of all the games, I think Nalik has actually moved up the ladder considerably, considering some of the variable play he's had. And our Austrian friend is still in, I would like to point out. I did mention earlier that although we were criticising his folds, you know, who knows what route will happen, and he is still in. So this is still very open, very interesting. Who's your money on?
I like Giovanna. I think she's the
okay.
I think she's the most level-headed of any of the players, and these kind of players generally end up making the deepest runs at the end of the day. The rest of the players aren't going to be afraid to let their chip fly, except for Pollock from Austria. I think he's gonna, just be flipping for his life and blinding out otherwise. But I do think Giovanna's got the most level head. She's going to be making the best decisions.
Oh my God!
From
He's just called the Jack 6. He's called
he's
a
in the big
raise and
blind
call.
with a suited hand. So 3 ways, totally reasonable.
Absolutely
Giovanna
smacked
just
Jovine.
flops.
Yep. Yep.
Wow. Just flops the wheel.
And unfortunately for our Austrian friend, he's got the gut shot. And may feel...
And as well as the backdoor diamonds.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
And 2 overs. I mean, this is definitely a candidate for him to check jam all in for his last 10 bigs, although he doesn't strike me as that kind of player.
No, I don't think he is. But Maxine is the
this
first
is a very unusual lead from the small blind. This is quite unusual. And Giovanna's just got to be seeing the lights at the Mirage right now. Oh yeah. This is just a poorly timed bluff from Maxime. I don't think he's gonna slow down on the river either.
I think your prediction of Giovanna winning this is that's not a good card for her, but she's not going to be too scared. Can Maxime? Yeah, I think he had to close down there.
Yeah, finally gives up.
And we're finally seeing a value bet by a player. We have been missing those. I think we've been missing them. Quite a
4
big
million
value bet. 4 million.
Very. I mean, 4 million into 11 is just a
Yeah,
little.
but she's putting Maxime on a hand. She's putting him on possibly even ace-5 or you know, an overpair. So she thinks the way he's been playing it, that he has a lot more than he actually had. And she is now equal in chips and is pretty well our chip leader. Well played, girl.
Yeah, she didn't have to do anything there. She just flopped the wheel. Maxime decided that was the time to the weed out of the small blind and
It was my diapason.
really attempted to make a big bluff on 2 streets. Just ran into it.
And that's the first time he's really got out of order, and it's backfired. There's a good poker lesson there for all of us. Sometimes so tempting to... I played a tournament a couple of days ago here at Banco and literally bluffed into the nuts three times. All three. So I am the last one to criticize someone else for doing it. And yeah, didn't help. I lost 100,000 chips. Yeah, there you go.
Well, Sean Deeb gave some great advice that also works as love advice as well.
Oh,
he
okay,
says,
hello.
If you're not getting it in bad, you're not getting it in enough. And yeah, so sometimes you gotta make these ridiculous bluffs.
I get that. I can empathize with that.
I'll never forget the worst one I ever made. It was actually in the form of a hero call. A hero call down clean high when I was playing against this hyper aggro guy in Brazil, and he had quads.
Yes, bingo.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens.
Because 5 it was my card.
Yeah, I was repping the hand that I was betting into, but you know. Yeah. Yeah, that a house
Hard to
that I was
represent
repping.
exactly what they got.
Yeah, I love doing that. I've done it a few times. But I agree, it was bad timing there from Maxime. And it does change the dynamic of the chip leading a lot on this table. He's been in a very strong position and now has to maybe vary his strategy a bit. I don't think he'll vary it that much, but he has to. change a little bit.
Yeah, here's a 10 big blind shove. She should snap fold this. King deuce suited, definitely. Even though she's got a pile of chips, it's still not good enough to call off 10 bigs blind on blind. Oh, she does make the call. And here we go.
From 7 to 8.
Sevens against King 2. How does King 2 play against sevens generally?
100%.
Nah, they got about a 33% chance of. Oh! They play by flopping 2 pair.
Yeah, I think it's a great hand to play. 2 outs, 4 Nalik. I did expect him to be the next one out, whatever happened. And I think I was right. King 2, when you are got your name on a trophy, plays very well against sevens, is the answer, Blaze.
Very, very lucky.
I was, based on the way this final table has been running, I was expecting a 7 on the river.
Yeah, no one would bat an eyelid for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, Mikhail Nalik goes out in 5th place for 8,340 euros, his 3rd largest career score. So, yeah, congrats to him. And now each player on the table guaranteed 5 figures.
5 figures is always nice. We like 5 figures. People look at me sometimes and think, yep. People look at me sometimes and think I've got 5 figures. Mainly due to my size. I assure you it's just one very large figure. That's all it is. And now we're going to see a lot more action. I like this. Doesn't matter what the hand. She's putting pressure on and she's getting called by a much inferior hand. So Frenchman looking to fight back. Gin flop for the 6-3. And he's got backdoor spades. Not that he needs them. What a flop.
And he's not on the wall. She's got 2 overs and a gutter.
Yep. That's a bad card. Possibly for both players. Yeah, they're both checked.
Bit surprising of a check, even though the clubs did come in from Dib.
It doesn't surprise me that he checked.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a straight. That surprised her as much as anyone else, that one. Might have surprised the Frenchman. I don't know. Yes. Again, very strange way of playing that hand.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players do get scared of the monsters under the bed, you know, when that 3rd club comes on. But when you're blind on blind, you know, the odds of your opponent actually having a flush are so low that when you have a hand like a straight, that you still need to be value betting it, because you're going to be called by those 1 club hands, by top pairs, by 2 pair hands. You're just missing out on so much value if your opponent has anything. And if they end up missing their flush on the river, they're going to fold and you're going to be missing out on, you know, 60-70% pop bet on the turn.
Yep. Yep.
So really didn't like the way he played that. He just snap checked it. But wouldn't have mattered in this case.
I have noticed that he makes his plays very fast. There's very little thinking about what he's going to do. He's making snap decisions, and that's always a sign of an inexperienced player. I mean, and I don't like the dwelling 50 hours per decision either, the other end of that, but he seems to make quite quick snap decisions, especially once a pot is growing. So have a look at that as it continues, see what you think on that one.
What's your name?
Yeah, it's like not taking time to make a decision when you're playing for this kind of money. It's just irresponsible because they don't have time banks on the table. They don't need to rush their decisions. There's no benefit to playing faster.
No.
So I think he could benefit from taking a little bit more time and thinking things through.
Yeah, I agree. Maxime folds the Robbie there.
Not always. I tried to kill green.
Think he thought about getting a little bit out of line for a second. We've got a comment on our YouTube feed about Giovanna's Pocket 8 raise. That the Soda Boy thinks... First off, he says A-tier commentary so far, so thank you for that. We really appreciate it. Said 8s are probably closer to a fold versus a 3x open, so maybe turning the 8s into a bluff was amazing. And, you know, as we said earlier, if you're going to bluff anybody with inferior hands, it's going to be this Austrian Pollock guy. He showed absolutely zero fight back whatsoever today.
I think a wet fish who has never played poker would have more fight back than he has. He has made a couple of correct shoves. Give him credit there. He did make 2 or 3 correct shoves. Oh, wow. I mean, Maxine, what do you want? I know. I'll have top set, please. And what do we want your opposition to have? Some kind of chance.
Oh, wow.
The straight. Oh, this could go ballistic. I feel so sorry for Maxime. I really do. He didn't bet the flop, did he?
No, I mean, he's in the small blind, so he didn't have the betting lead. So
it's not all over.
Went check.
I hope he doesn't. I really hope he doesn't shove here, because he then needs to draw. I don't think he's.
Yeah, he shouldn't be putting dib on that many 8x. So this can be a challenging spot. He does call the 1.5, and now he's going to be in a really bad spot. Yeah, he's all in.
Wow, this could be a big misstep. He needs to pair the board.
No, the river did come out. It is a jack on the river. He did call the initial 1.5 million.
Has there been a call to the shove?
He called turn for 1.5, and a jack came on the river. And Dib has fired his last. It looks like about 8.5 million. The graphic's wrong. Okay. It does look like about 8.5 million, which would be roughly about, I think, pot.
I mean, a bluff here makes no sense at all. It's such a coordinated, connected board. What would you be bluffing with? No bluff makes sense. He has to have a 3 or an 8. I mean, he just kind of has to have the straight.
You could be bluffing Miss Spades here.
That's against a good player. Against Maxime, who reads well, who's a strong player. He's not the player to do that to. Yeah, do it to the seat 9 Austrian, but you don't do that to a good player.
I was thinking you raised. I didn't see that it was on because I think that it's 1 million. That's why I put our first.
Shouldn't be talking there either.
So that's why.
I never talk during an all-in. I don't know why people do. It can only be a net negative. It does appear that the jack on the river was a flush completing jack, so Maxime might get out of this. Because now he's behind both a straight and a flush, if that's the case.
Yep.
Yeah, nobody likes to fold sets, but you know, when have we seen this guy bluff? He's got to think to himself.
I just asked him, how much again? I forgot.
10,300,000.
Alright, so the shove on the river is 10.3 million.
Uh-huh.
The pot's gonna be, I believe, let's see, it was 1.5 million on the flop. What was it pre-flop? 1 million. So this is gonna be an overbet. Yeah, all the red flags, all the sirens should be going off in his head.
Are you from Paris?
Yes.
Alright, it's an offsuit jack.
Paris, good town.
The all-in shit on the screen says 12 million, but the dealer's confirmed it's 10.3 million.
Right.
I didn't play well.
I think they missed the turn bet on the graphics here.
So stupid.
So I believe he's betting 10.3 into about 8 million. Yeah, so no flush. It is the jack of clubs. And he does find the fold.
Great fold. I mean,
good fold.
I just go back to my previous comment, is what else, what can he be shoving with here? I both on the bet on the turn and the river, and I just didn't make sense that he was bluffing. And has he shown the capability and skills to make that kind of play? And I would argue not from what we've seen. And I don't know how the other players see it, but not from what we've seen anyway.
Well, that's the issue here, right? Is that this is the kind of player that's not capable of betting on a four-liner with 2 spades and a flush draw, and then turning it into a bluff on the river, representing a straight. He's not the kind of person to do that, and so from Maxime's perspective, when you can rule out bluffs, there's just absolutely nothing you can call with. So you have to fold the 6s. I think he was just having a hand funeral, which is fair after you flop a set.
Yeah, the one thing he didn't do is he didn't bet that set. So arguably there's an error there. So we've got a raise by Maxime on the button and a call in the big blind with Queen 3 suited. 2.6 in the pot, and a lovely flop for both players. Top 2 and a second nut flush draw for Yavanna. This could get expensive as well. We're really kicking into the action stages of this final table. Some great hands and some good play. I think we've lost some of the players who were more variable in their play. To be
I'm so
nice.
It's a bit surprised by only call from Giovanna on this flop, because Queen 3 of clubs is a great hand to check raise here, representing a lot of stuff, but she is saving herself a lot of money here. Oh, and there it is.
The club has hit. Maybe the wrong club, arguably. But can Maxime find a check on the end? No value in him betting. He's losing to a house. He's losing. Yeah, I thought he'd check. And he's losing to the flush. He must be feeling really gutted at the moment. He's just been ironed out on all these hands where he is just so far ahead, pre-flop and on the flop. And on the turn.
He's fuming. It's just back to back, flopping a set and flopping 2 pair and losing both.
Yeah, he needs to
he needs to calm down before he starts making moves and trying to
He'll go
tilt
for
off some
he'll go for a
chips.
little wonder. Go for a little wonder.
Yeah, do the lap around the chair, sit down, groan, have a think, curse the card gods, get. Yeah, 9-4 off is probably the best hand he could have right now because he wouldn't want to have a hand he could play and do some damage to himself with. So, also, it's not like he's low on chips. He still has about 40 bigs back there, so plenty of time to make up.
And we got the sixes again, making another appearance. Let's see if they can hit another set. This time in the opposition's hand, in Giovanna's hand. And Monsieur Dib making a call. Is he going to hit the straight as well? He's got the straight draw and a flush draw. That's as good a flop as you can ask for with the 4-7 offsuit. Amazing. His low cards are hitting more than his big cards. Wow. Sixes are still winning. Doesn't want to hit a set though, not now. Or 3 of a kind. And I think Monsieur Dib will quite like that card.
I don't think he's capable of a bluff here with the...
Yeah, I like the check though. I like the check there. I think it's just safety first. Safety first there. Good check. The 3 is not a good card for her, but still, the check call there, which was what she planned, was, I think, very, like you say, very calm and thoughtful and collected in how she's playing this final table. Been very impressed with her. I know her as a friend and we chat, but I don't know her much as a player. You know, I'm not actually played with her much. So, but she's up in my estimation, I would say.
Change table, please.
I reckon she's probably the most professional we've seen on the table thus far.
Yeah, double. Music. Urgently need music.
Yeah, that would be very nice.
Pollock's just blinding down. He'll be in the big blind next hand with only 5 bigs back. So he'll probably be in soon.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to put any surprise in my voice because we did actually predict that about an hour ago. So, kind of
we
what
did
happened.
say he would blind down.
Yeah, we did. So, ace-4, reasonable raise in the small blind.
Yeah, to Pollock's credit, he has done a great job folding into a 5-figure score, but I think the end of the road is near.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could take much more of his lack of play. I was going to say play, but lack of play. So, very dangerous board. 3 spades, 2 connecting cards. Maxime. Now, this is interesting. This is something you're going to learn about Maxime. When he has hit a board, it doesn't matter that it's bottom pair. He does not fold. Now, it doesn't mean he won't fold on the turn, but he's definitely not folding. He's now hit a set. 3 of a kind, rather.
Yeah, he's not folding on this one.
No, but he wouldn't fold if an ace came even. He may be wrong, but he doesn't like folding. That's a very nice bet by Monsieur Dib, as far as Maxime's concerned. What? Whoa, what? Are our graphics wrong again? Oh, all in, sorry. I missed that. He shoved and
no, Dib...
he folded, yeah. It's okay, I didn't see the shove button. I just saw him folding his cards, so I thought, what's happened? Yeah, bet by Mr. Dib, all in by Maxime, takes down the pot. Nice play.
Alright, let's see if our Austrian friend can wake up with a hand here. I think the ambulance is on our way for him.
Wow, so much exactly.
What is the sound of a Bratislavan ambulance? I don't know.
I think he's gonna avoid this one. Unless, of course, Maxime might be just shoving any two here, which is also kind of reasonable, especially against this opponent.
Worst case, it's going to be 40%. But
yeah,
he's up against Ace Jack. He's got a shout.
Yeah, he is doing the any two shove here, which against this opponent I would recommend because this guy's overfolding. So only 5 bigs behind. Yeah, 6 bigs behind. This actually is a dirty spot. Yeah. Blind on blind for 6 bigs. With the big blind any, you have to call more hands. This is extraordinarily close.
I can't see him calling.
Yeah, me either, and he doesn't.
Ich wollte immer gedacht, ich soll mit seiner eigenen Waffen schlagen, aber... Chip in a chair, huh?
Chip in a chair, yeah, of course. I won one big tournament in Yalta when I even don't have blind. On that period of time it was a rule that untapped priority. So I have just antique.
There is our chip count, and you were right, 5.6 big blinds left. He's on the small blind now.
So I still
Dib has gone down to under 20 big blinds for the first time, I think. He's been up there. And a very impressive 78 big blinds, 31 million chips for our new chip leader, Madame Giovanna. Very good stuff.
Not sad,
Not package. I didn't look, so I don't know.
So I just ran the spot with the Queen 3 on GTO Wizard. JJ? And I knew it was very, very close.
I'm going to say, and I'm not a GTO player, let me have a little fun here. I'm going to go 56%, if that's the right way of measuring it. I.e., he should call 56%. That's what I'm getting. I'm total, don't even know if that's the right measurement.
Well, generally you have, it's mostly 100% caller folds, but it's based on EV values to how good your fold or shove is based on.
You mean it's a yes no? It's a yes call, yes fold. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it basically measures how many big blinds you'll make or lose per 100 hands. And so
not my war.
Not your wife?
Not my war. War.
Okay.
So I'm guessing
like
you
that.
think yes because you said 56%.
Million.
Now he's got kings.
Yeah,
he's on the small blind.
5 calls.
And he's celebrating.
It's snap call, bro. 17 million.
You know what? I know this sounds really daft. I think big blind should fold here. It's so obvious he's got a massive hand. Just why bother? Don't double him up.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, fold. Good. Nothing wrong with that. Why give chips to a player that's absolutely obvious what he's got? Now your GTO guide's not going to teach you that one. You're going to say he should always be calling, and I'm disagreeing.
I I am definitely saying he should always be calling, and you are disagreeing. 7-5 suited for 4 more big blinds is too much hand.
Listen,
it's way too much
95% of the time
okay.
I'm calling anyone, absolutely anyone with that hand and that spot and those chip stacks. And if something weird came in me and I went, do you know what the right strategy here is? Fold. Do not give him any extra chips because he's going to blind out for the next 2 rounds. Chances of him having a big hand like kings again in the next 8 hands are very unlikely. That would be my logic. That's all.
And that's totally fair.
Happy to be shout down, and I totally get the odds, and I totally get the players and all the rest of it. It's quite an interesting comment that you've answered. How many players are left? And you said 4 out of... There's 4 on the screen. I think that's kind of obvious how many players we've got left. But okay. You can ask more complex questions, guys, because we've got a lot of knowledge in the commentating box today. Blaise Bourgeois supporting me, JJ Hazan, here at the Banco Masters final. I think it's the 41st Banco Masters, which is incredible, really. Have about 3 a year. So, very popular, own brand tournament. And we've got an all-in raise with the King 9 offsuit. He's down to 6.7 million.
This
Maxime,
is a bad,
don't be a hero.
A bad shove. Yeah, this is a bad shove because if Maxime woke up with anything,
yeah, Maxime will not be. If he wakes up with ace 8, ace 7, it's in. Yeah.
Yeah, and with such a short stack in the big blind, you really need to get that pay jump because that jump is about 4,000 euros. That is, and you basically just have to wait for the other guy to blind out. If anything, he should be min raising and then folding to aggression from the small blind. And then calling off if the big blind wants to shove. But back to the hand earlier with the Queen 3 and the 6 big blind shove. That is barely a fold. The robot wants to call off Queen 5 off, but not Queen 3.
Oh, okay. So I said 56%, but so yeah, I agree it's going to be close. I think we might see another shove here.
1 million?
Nope, just a raise. He's varying up his tactics, which is good to see. Bit of a shock there. Mr. Pollock folded. Pair of 6s. Now this is interesting. Why are we calling here with 6s? 4-handed. Very strong hand. Something I've noticed on these final tables, and I do draw people's attention to it, is there isn't enough... Quite a few players do not recognise that the hand qualification should change as you get a lot less players. So you might automatic fold with ace 8, ace 9 earlier when you're on a full table should change when you're down to 5, 4, 3 players, and it becomes much stronger holding. But a lot of players don't adjust their ranges, and I think that's missed on final tables. So the 6 is still leading.
I agree. I totally agree with you there, JJ. Basically, you have to forget that you're, or you have to remember you're not playing against, an under-the-gun player. You're always playing the cutoff at worst. So these ranges are, should be really wide. And so, to your point, I think with the short stack in existence in the Austrian down there, Giovanna should be shoving those 6s to put a lot of pressure on the French guy. Because in reality, if he doesn't want to lose out on that extra 4K, he should only be calling an extremely tight range. So a hand like 6s, even if he has something like ace queen, ace king, you're still flipping. And if you run into it, so be it. But she's gonna just print money with that shove in the long run.
I think we'll see a shove here.
Speaking
with
of
ace-8.
shoves,
Yeah,
it's about that time.
He's got the right hand in the right position to do it. Let's just see if the big blind has anything. He's getting chips.
Yeah, 5 bigs. He should be very wide, but not that wide.
Not even as good as the 7-5 suited.
Bigs.
Unfortunately, he's also in trouble stack-wise. So it's not some big stack calling off and taking very limited risk. He's in trouble himself.
I just confirm.
One or both of these players will probably be out soon.
What's you? That sends you.
Honestly, the Austrian really wants to double through the Frenchman because they'll essentially just trade stacks. Whereas if he doubles through Giovanna or Maxime, he's just going to be tied for third with the French guy, and that's going to lead to a lot more problems down the road. But I also don't think many of these guys are necessarily thinking about ICM either, so you can kind of disregard my point there a bit.
Yeah, I have usually brought ICM into the conversation well before 4 left, and I haven't mentioned it once, which tells you something. I think. Not quite sure what that tells you, but it's a really good point. You literally reminded me about it, and usually I'm bringing that in with the stack sizes and who's left, and it's often a subject in fact I always bring it in, and I haven't mentioned it once because it's really not a factor here. Or at least the players are not thinking about it as a factor.
Yeah, generally from like 9 to 6 players, that's half the conversations talking about ICM. We didn't have to mention it once.
Not once. Not been relevant.
Interesting. If I move to this box. Okay. Maybe I will have double.
And we've got a raise and a shove from the small stack, and a good hand to be shoving with here, especially against.
Yeah, even with the existence of even with the super short stack out there, ace-9 off with 10 bigs, too much hand. I like the shove there a lot.
And Giovanna's,
especially when
she's in control of what she's doing. She's raised folded about 6 times. Now, you hear criticism of that. I've heard of quite a few people saying, "Oh, you shouldn't be raised folding. It's really, bad strategy. You're losing chips." And I've always thought, well, actually, I disagree with that. I think if your raises are effective overall, and you have to reassess and fold because of whatever the reason, the amount, the value, the player, whatever, the position on the table, the relative chip stacks, all that stuff. Once you've worked through that, and if there's any reason you should fold, and that's what you feel is the right play, then fold. I think it's a bit macho. You get these conversations that, like, here we could be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm gonna interrupt you here. We have a domination situation here, which is certainly gonna be seeing 5 cards.
We could have a double Pollock. No,
Maxime is just getting beat up.
He really is. He's been so unlucky with his cards. He's playing perfectly well, but so unlucky with his kind of run outs or his cards. Maybe he'll get the luck this time. Maybe he'll get the queen and get the positive run.
Given this
I think he
table,
deserves it.
I'm feeling 2 queens given this final table.
Well, I just think even 1 queen's enough. I just think he kind of deserves a break.
Not 1 queen. Okay, 10.
Or a 10.
Oh,
he called it.
Or a 10.
He's called the 10. He's called the 10. There we go. Look, he's willing it in. That extra 10%. Oh, it's not a great card. It doesn't affect it though. Still a 10.
No, now the queen
it means the
can't
queen
help
is no
him,
good.
so-
Queen is no good.
Casino Royale, vamos.
He must feel like he's been run down by some kind of
I lose every hand.
massive tank with one gear.
Ich bin behindert. Das ist bodenlos.
Really? You
Ich schwöre.
But why?
Yeah, hard to get in against a guy shoving 5 bigs with king queen and be dominated, but very
I'm
unfortunate.
broke, I need money.
No one's done anything wrong in there. It's just the way the cards have run out. Perfectly normal play by both
Did
players.
Did you just hear that from the Austrian? He just
What did he say?
he just yelled to his friends, "I'm broke. I need money," which could explain a lot of his decision-making process throughout the hand or throughout this tournament.
Okay.
He definitely
Maybe
could
he's
be
got
folding the ladders.
Maybe he's got the sunglasses and the hoodie on so no one recognises him because he owes too much money.
Maybe he went to second hand before the final table. I think he should shove this. Ace-8 is a lot of hand. He's still only on about 13 bigs.
And he is,
Yeah, and there
good,
it
good
is.
thinking and the right
Good
shove.
shove.
And he will fold. Yeah.
And he'll
Yep,
chip up.
right play there.
And
Oh,
he's
we're seeing
100,000, 500,000.
we're seeing a turnaround.
500,000.
Maybe he's going to
Yeah,
end up being
and-
player of the year, and we will look so stupid.
Well, he's moved himself comfortably into third place now. After the double up and the chip up right there. But I want to go back to what you were saying about raise folding. Now, when you raised, 2 big blinds and you get it through, you win 2.5. If you
Exactly.
raise and somebody 3-bets you and you fold, you're losing 2. So at the final,
So basically, you need the
and you're-
same amount of each, and you're still in profit. Yeah, good thinking.
Yeah. So if you're never getting 3-bet and you're taking pots down with C-bets on the flop and whatnot, hold up, we have an all-in for a lot of chips now with the ace-5 off. This is very ambitious.
This is a man
This
on a
is
mission.
roughly,
This is a man on a
Yeah, I
mission.
think-
See an ace and whack his chips in.
and all of a sudden, our Austrian friend is at 21 bigs.
What, my hand? King 9 of hearts?
But yeah, so if you're raise, if you're getting 3-bet a lot, you're not gonna raise as many hands. But if you're never getting 3-bet, you should open wider because you're never getting 3-bet. You're not gonna have many raise folds. You're gonna be the pre-flop aggressor. Your C-bets are gonna work. So if you're going heads up to flops, you're in position, and you're never getting 3-bet, your opening range should be a lot wider. So just because she's raised folding a lot doesn't mean she's playing bad. She's, taking optimal lines and they're just not working at the moment. Her opponents are picking up hands.
I noticed a bit earlier when you were talking that he's tried to engage Maxim in conversation, and Maxim totally shut him down. Did not engage with him at all. He's not interested in making friends with this guy.
Yeah, it's clear that Maxime is definitely in some tilt right now, although, all things considered, he really hasn't chipped down too awful much. He's gone down from about 23 million to 16 million, which, after losing with flopping trips and 2-pair, or set in 2-pair, and losing an all-in, losing a 30-degree stack isn't... It might not be much mathematically, but he's gonna feel like he should be running the table over right now.
Jetzt back in the game now. Motherfucker. Jetzt geht's erst los. Heineken bitte. Johanna, du auch? Du hast noch? Aufgeben wird der Brief, my friend. Jetzt holen wir sich. Trophy. Oder Giovanna, trophy. We play for the trophy.
Of course.
Let's go. Ale, Paris, was los?
I swear I did not have any card more than 9.
This is my first 3 hours when I came here. Service.
Service. Wait a moment. Please wait
We've
a
got
moment.
the players complaining about their card distribution, with all of them being 4 left at the final table. Seems pretty standard.
Check is good.
Check.
Vamos. Yeah, give me a Heineken, please.
Alright, a little blind on blind limp pod action
Win.
here.
Vamos!
Both players
Okay. What?
don't flop a thing, and Giovanna's
I have 2 queens.
gonna have a very easy fold
But not in
here.
hand. 1 and 2.
He's woken up, hasn't he? Mr. Pollock, he's now talking,
That's warum wir nicht so vorkommen in
animated,
Heineken. Das ist ja Wahnsinn. Herr.
making moves, making plays.
Bodenlos, wirklich.
I just don't understand why I didn't do this earlier when he had the right hands in the right spot. I think we'd have seen a very different...
I reckon it's because he's got 10,000 euros locked up now, and he only had about 4,000 locked up earlier.
10 Millionen.
And now anything is
My
just
wife is
gravy.
paying, yeah? She is sugar mommy.
He's entertaining the table now. We have Jekyll and Hyde on this one.
Let's get los, Alter. Let's go.
Oh look, coming a beer. Got 2 beers behind him.
2 beers, yeah, that's a power move. I like ordering 2 beers at the same time when I'm playing as well.
Katastrophe, diese Karte.
Especially if the service can be slow. I've never been to Bratislava. I'm sure they've got fantastic service there. But I do like having a backup beer just in case.
Lorman, can you call supervisor, please? I have to go to toilet, but I don't want to miss hands. Katastrophe. 1 beer, sofort Toilette.
Yeah, prostata ma brud.
Now Austrian now engaging with the floor. Not only the players and the rail. He's really opened up. Might be a really nice, funny guy. It's just his play has been a wide variety, shall we say.
1.1 million.
He has never said the word raise. It's the first time
I have
in a nice
10
deep
10
voice
million,
he's raised and then set the
Almost the
amount.
same like
And
you,
that's
my
why,
friend.
because he's sitting on a couple of dames.
Sugar mommy.
Maxime could
So, ist schon da.
get busy here with the sixes.
Snap call.
There's a tilt that we were talking about.
I predicted this. It really worried me. It worried me as soon as... Oh my God. Maxime.
Ladies, Jasmine.
He has let the pressure get to him.
Come on.
Yeah, this is a tilt shove for sure.
Giovanna, wo ist Giovanna? Die jetzt kommt das die
No doubt about it. Way too many chips for a shove.
Much too.
The wrong
Complete tilt shove.
opponent.
And it's personal. He's made it personal. He really does not like the guy on his left.
But this
No,
is,
he
this
won't
is
like
my
that
wife's,
either.
You know, Jasmine.
Or not like the patronising
My wife is always not.
tap on the shoulder. Can he hit a 6?
No.
Yes, he can!
Oh, but the flush draw is there.
But spades, we have spades. Spades are still there, or a queen.
Or a paired board. Paired board will end it.
Wow, what a same scenario. Queen or a spade. Wow. What a flop. Has it finally gone his way? It has.
Wow.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Pocket queen, pocket 6.
Super.
How much you have?
But you still
And
have chip and chair.
Yeah, we have more.
Yeah, I know.
We have more.
Wow. This is going to be close on the count. Very close.
You have more, yeah?
Yeah,
What a hand. We have had some extraordinary hands.
I think yes. Oh my god. Oh
I
my
didn't
goodness.
think that the
Oh no,
stacks
I
were
don't
anywhere
look at
close.
it.
But it appears so.
Yeah, more. No? Same?
13 million.
Yeah, it's good.
I covered,
Yeah, allez.
but you play in everything.
Ah, bro.
Sorry, bro.
Oh,
But I so want to win. That's amazing. That it should be.
Wow. And suddenly a different mood
Now I will beat you all.
finally departs, and
queen.
Maxime goes from wanting to punch a television to second place in chips, three-handed. Everybody guaranteed 14K. Maxime just wants to win, doesn't he?
Well, he always wants to win. That is his whole game. And that big decision earlier with the ace-9, where mathematically it definitely wasn't an automatic call, but strategically, in terms of playing to win this tournament, in his mind it was the right decision. I'm not making a judgment on it, you know, one way or the other, but that's why I predicted he would call, because I do know how he thinks, I do know how he plays. And I don't think he was shoving with the sixes for the same reason at all. I think it was a very bad shove, and a tilt shove, as you mentioned, for sure.
Speaking of shoves, here we go. We could be heads up soon if either one of these players wakes up with a hand.
No one's got.
No.
I mean, any ace three-handed on the button, shortish stack is absolutely going to shove. So predictable, that one.
But it looks like our reads were right on. It seems like Giovanna and Maxime are just destined for heads up, and it seems like they have been for some time.
Yeah, I think that was written when you said you thought Giovanna was going to win. I don't know if you remember, it was just after she had 15 million, and
I think that you are. You know, I put all in because I was thinking that you put.
My brain has gone dead.
Fuck, what did I do? That's why I put all in. I was thinking that
We've got
Maxime had 15.
I didn't play so good.
Maxime had.
We've got one of the players from the table talking about the crazy 10s, 9s, and jacks hand.
Yes.
And he clarified that the 9s shove was for over 8 million. So
Yeah,
the jacks
that's a
was a
completely
more nuanced
different decision then.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree, yeah. Once the jacks are there, or once the 8 million shove is costing about half your stack, and it was a cold 5-bet jam as well, because it was the open, the jacks 3, the 10s 4-bet shove, the 9s 5-bet, cold 5-bet jam. Then the jacks do not look very good. So you can't blame the jacks for folding whatsoever.
But again, we were responding to the information we had in front of us, and that information was wrong. So that's all we can do, really, is do our best on the information we've got. A bit like a poker player.
That's right.
So yeah, when I think you coming back to the prediction of heads up, when you said you know your money, when I said who was your money on, you said Giovanna. She had 15 million and Maxine had 25, and then they had that big hand between them and it evened off. But
yes,
my response was going to be, well, my money's on Maxine, and only because you backed Giovanna. I probably think you're right. But just for the sport, I was going to take Maxime. So I'm happy to still do that, just for the play. We won't put a big bet on it. We'll put my wife up against your wife, you know, forever, something like that. I mean, I'm not sure who's getting the better end of the stick age-wise, but there you go. My wife's very nice. Oh, look at that, 4 hearts.
I haven't met your wife yet.
I know. I
So
have an
I wouldn't
advantage. I have an advantage. What can I say? I'm using it. So we have second pair for Giovanna, and a big flush draw, and a
that is
straight draw. You know, backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, so he's raised, Giovanna's
And
called,
he's
and
hit
now
his
he's
king.
made top pair.
Well,
oh, this is a great check.
Tell your woman to get her
check.
bags packed.
It's a really good, milky third pot bet as
Meet
well.
me in Asia.
Oh
dear. Your
that's a
anointed
fantastic
player.
check.
So did Maxime check the end and she bet and he called? Is that what happened?
Maxime checked. Maxime's in position, so he checked back on the turn when he made the king, and then he bet a third pot on the river, and she called.
And got called, yeah, which of course he would do. I am a big fan of that play. I use it a lot. Use it a lot in Omaha, where I will feign weakness on the turn. I'll check the turn when I've hit, and then I always get paid on the river. I think it's such a.
Looking for poker that's fun and free? Play Poker Go brings you authentic poker action. No bots, gimmicks, just players like you from all over the world. Jump straight into a ring game or test your skills in a tournament against real competition. With Play Poker Go, every hand feels like the real deal. Find Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Join the fun. Sign up for free. Play Poker Go.
Doesn't matter what you
Ad break is over, and we're back. We're back with a pair of jacks. Obviously a raise there that got through. No one had. No one. He's coming back. Oh, Frenchman. Fighting hard. Maxime with all the chips. Lined up. 2 rows of Roman soldiers. That really is like how the Roman soldiers used to march. I mean, I'm not that old, but I just happen to know a fair bit about the Roman Empire. $34 million now. He knows how to use a stack. He won't just put his chips in without thinking. I know the 6s went in earlier, but I think he thought he'd get it through, but he didn't read the signs enough, and there was so much strength emanating from our Austrian friend Daniel Pollock. It's the first time I've got his name, Daniel.
Giovanna's in a 6 spot here because of the ICM ramifications. She's like directly in between the 2 stacks now, so she really can't afford to lose too much to Maxime directly and get closer and closer to the Frenchman, which means Maxime, who's already very aggressive, can absolutely just punish both players. And just, if I was Maxime right now, I'd be opening every hand. I would be opening very wide every hand and just collecting a lot of blinds.
Well, it's not like he hasn't been. he has opened most hands. He's only folded when there's been a strong open in front of him or a shove. So here's a good advice. Here's one here. You know, 7-5 suited shove. Maxime's not going to call it, and nor is Giovanna.
Blinds have went up to 2-5 a few hands ago, just so we're all aware.
So 1.2 in the pot already.
Yeah, that shove for 7-5 suited for 14 bigs from the button. It's a bit wide. If it was 7-6 suited, I think it would have some merit. But 7-5 suited, could be a min open or even just a fold into the muck.
This should be a raise.
Here we've got a mandatory open. Yeah.
I'm big blind. Let's defend. Let's defend.
He's obviously been listening to some podcast. Self-confidence on a final table. There must be a podcast out there somewhere.
Some mental game coaching going on.
Well, look, there is a guy. He comes up on Facebook. I'm not going to say his name. I don't know him at all, but he comes up on my Facebook, and he is a poker mental coach. That's what he offers. But then he gives examples of stuff, and it's like, really? Okay, I agree with you. I don't know how he earns his money. Do people actually pay him to state the bleeding obvious in most cases? But anyway,
I'm going to interrupt you, and we're going to get back to the action because we've got a 3-bet pot, and this is the exact kind of scenario that Giovanna should be avoiding. Opening too wide against the chip leader, and then calling the 3-bet with a 4-3 diamonds.
Yeah, that is inexperience.
Yes, she should be doing everything she can to kind of try to preserve her stack for a heads up, or just try to get the short stack out herself. But
Maxime checked there.
Too many
he
chips.
checked to make a read. That's why he checked. He checked to see what and how she would do things, and now he's trapping with the 10.
I'm checking for you all the road. Ready to risk.
Here comes a wonderful floorman. Very nice guy, this guy. Who's helping Maxime stack up his many, many 1,000 chips.
8, 10.
And we're not going any
Giovanna has to be
Commission and again without
Giovanna's got to be a bit more careful now because she's getting ever closer to the Frenchman stack. It's a really big jump from third to second. We're talking 14K
to 20.
20K.
6,000.
Oh,
and this time he's got aces.
Go.
Yep.
And yeah, his stack is, unless something happens, his stack's not getting any shorter. It'd be very foolish for him to jam, and yeah, he has jammed. This should be just 2x open.
Yeah, it's a...
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
And this is one of the only things he's going to get called by.
The jam works. The jam works. He should double up unless we see another miracle.
Yeah, the hand plays itself. If he opens, she jams anyway.
She would have
so
shoved
this is always
already. Yeah. It was just
but here we go. It's going to be for the majority of her chips.
Don't worry.
We're about half her stack, actually. Gotta find a jack.
3-handed, it's
Can
pretty
we
unlucky.
get heads up?
Pretty unlucky to come up against an overpair with jacks. Very unlucky.
Yeah,
she's still smiling.
There's just nothing you can do there.
No. And you're right, it would have got in one way or another. So I would also agree with you to be critical of the shove with the aces, but it just so happens she woke up with a big hand and absolutely has to call. Big double up here for the Frenchman, and he's moving closer to that 20,000. And if he gets a big stack, if he doubles up, so he's still going to be well behind Maxime. I can't see a deal being discussed. I don't know if you know, Blaze, but the way deals work here is you can do a deal and split the money, but you have to leave 10% of the remaining prize pool, whatever that is, 3-handed, 2-handed, whatever. You have to leave that for the winner. So, example, there are 53,000 first and second. If you add those two up, if we were down to 2 players, 5,300 would remain for the first place, and they could then deal on the other 48,000. That's kind of how it works. And we've got a raise with the 10-8 suited and just a call with a king 10. And our Frenchman is in on the big blind with 5-4, and he has hit the 4. Up and down for Maxime, though. Going to be hard for the 4 to call if Maxime bets.
I have 6-3.
6-3.
He was the original raiser. Doesn't want to be raised here, but I think he should be putting something in.
Yeah, I anticipate a nice chunky bet. Yeah, half
one
pot,
or what? No, I think small.
40%.
Yeah, 1 to 1.5.
Oh, wow.
2 pairs.
What a turn.
2 pairs, but on a dangerous board.
Yeah, the Frenchman should have been leading that turn. But
I don't know. With 3 diamonds, it was dangerous. Now he's leading when there are 4 diamonds. Okay. It's a great raising spot if he's got the chutzpah to do it. Well, I'm saying chutzpah because we're going into the Israeli Cup next week, so I'm going to come up with Jewish words. See, it's all branding. It's all branding. And it is honestly a very, very good river to make a move on. Whether you can get 2 pairs off this, I don't know. But maybe the 6,000 difference between third and second may help him decide. Has he done it? I think he folded, didn't he?
You win? Do you win or no?
Yeah, there's nothing to do except jam or fold. And if you jam, you really have to have a good read there.
Yeah. And I don't think his read would have been 2 pairs either. So he'd be jamming into what he thinks might be a pair, in which case it's a good play. But against 2 pairs, it, almost certainly isn't.
2 pair on a 4 flush board. If you think your opponent's betting weak, then like anything less than the nuts, you can jam representing the nut flush. And
I agree. I mean, it was definitely a spot.
Yeah.
All in with the queen, jack suited will not get a call.
But yeah, you really have to trust your read, because if you're wrong, you're just wrong.
Yeah.
And it's very bad, and you look foolish, but it doesn't matter how you look. It's just, if you're going to put all your chips in the middle anyway on a bluff, you just got to be super confident that your opponent doesn't have the nuts.
Well, that's nice. Couple of people have starting to leave. Cheers for the great work on the stream. Very nice. Well done, Blaze. That's a compliment for both of us there. I mean, more me than you, but that's fine. That's fair enough.
Hey, I'll take a third of the credit. I don't have any problem.
We can deal on that. Frenchman's got ace king on the button. He's been getting some hands on the button, hasn't he? He's had a lot of very good hands on the button.
He's been getting aces, ace king, a couple suited aces as well.
Yeah,
a couple pairs. He's really
he's
found the card
good at the right time.
Short. Yeah.
And Maxime, when he had the hands, was getting beaten up, and then somehow found a way back with the very lucky 6 on the flop, and even that was a very difficult run out.
You should have a jam here.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's run into it again.
6s.
Yeah, this is just standard poker right here. You have to jam the ace for 15 bigs.
Monsieur Deeb has not wasted our time. He has acted very quickly in most hands. I think I talked about it earlier, and he just snapped.
Talk about running hot.
Yeah. I feel pretty bad for Jovan. I'm going to send her a message now. Oh, wow.
No.
Hit her ace, but the 6 has also hit that board. We are going to see a 3rd place finisher, 14k.
But you played amazing.
I'm going to send her a message. I spoke to her earlier today.
You was only the man on the table, believe me. I'm afraid you so much.
Congrats, my bro. Final.
I know. Sometimes it happens. Let's count the stack before.
You want to see? Yeah.
Yes, let's see the digits and then maybe we will sometimes.
Really unfortunate for
I think
Zovan.
they're going to talk a deal. They might be talking a deal. I don't know. They need a break now because they need to reset the table. So guys, we're all going to go on a break in a minute. Probably be a short one. May only be 5 minutes or so, and we will be back with you very soon.
Okay, guys, and you also please start to use reader number 3 and reader number 7.
7, okay.
Yes.
But please count the stacks first. If you want, actually, trophy, I don't need.
You don't want?
No, we can. I propose. Do you know what's possible to do? Just now divided by ACM, okay? Just now, take a look.
We will check. We will see what's happened. Because, you know, we will see what's proposed.
10, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 100.
3400, and what you have?
28 free.
28, so
Yeah, you are 40. You have
28.
That's SM 300.
I propose take a look. Divided by ACM and took, for example, how it
Now,
will be.
how much you want? So how much you want, we say?
Okay, guys.
To play?
First
To
of
play?
all, anyway, we have to continue play for 10% of the remaining money.
Then
yes?
what it will be 10%?
50, so it's 5k.
Okay, super.
You have to continue.
So
playing
if
for
we will,
10%, it's
if
a
we will
rule.
split if we will split by ACM and the rest will be 10%, how it's possible to do?
I'm going to come with Maxim.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it
I
will
don't
be
understand what's happened.
good. I explain.
Trojka 28 300.
Actually, it's good. They have the rules that if we will play, okay, we need to play for the 10%, for the 5,000 euro.
Sedmička 30 400.
Okay.
So what we do? We take same, and we pay for 5. We take equal, and we pay for 5.
By ACM, I'm bigger step. It will be small difference, really.
Okay, let me know, and we'll tell you.
Okay.
Big blind,
So,
tak button bude
my
na
proposal is
trojke.
divided by ICM, okay? Take 5 and play. Or divided by ICM is it so?
Let me, yeah, for me.
And for example,
I just want to know how much I will
randomly put. I don't need to.
There is 52. If we 5k, it will be
Dobre číslo,
47, yeah?
It still will be quite
47.
good.
So like 25 for you, 22 for me, like that, and 5k we play. Maybe, yeah.
Maybe there.
I will check. Okay. I will check. I will say.
Or what is best solution? Really, take a look. We nearly same. Just divided by ICM is it so?
Let me know how much.
If you want, we can just go to the randomly for the
For me, I
trophy.
don't care because you know it's like it's fun for me like head up. You can be like short, you can be large after. It's like so fast.
Yeah,
so,
but it's too big.
Yeah,
For
it's
me,
a
it's too big. Yeah.
you know because if me I win one, you will be 20, me 40. You know that's.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah,
big
that's
money.
why-
That's
yeah,
why.
so
that's,
that's what-
that's why I tell you the better it's divided by same. That's all. And go
We'll
to-
check. We'll check.
Yeah. And trust me, I'm very good in the heads up, but I don't want to just know. I want to maximum money.
Me too. I'm professional in heads up. Ready. So it will be crazy. For
But I need money.
Ale musia dohrávať o 10%, čo ešte chvíľku to bude hrať.
Yeah. And because the previous day I won the tournament and the card
Okay, guys.
I just came to push and go
So
to.
we come to heads up. So all levels are gonna be cut for half. And level number 34, 200,000, 500,000 big blind, 500,000. Good luck.
Thank you. Super. Дякую.
Big blind, please.
Big blind. It's 5. Византий.
Wait.
Так, 5. Ага. Так, кто первый?
I know. Raise. 3 raise 1,500,000.
Ого.
So we are back here, both players fairly deep and picking up very good hands for the first hand of heads up play. Maxime has picked up ace queen in the big blind. He's 3-betting the 5 million. Is this already all in the call first hand?
This could be very, very short and sweet.
Well, we were preparing for a very long battle.
We were preparing for a 2-hour heads-up session. Wow, Maxime
First hand.
See, look, he's got his Catholic worry beads. I'm assuming they're Catholic. Might be something else. Needs to avoid a jack. Fading a jack. Or a 9-10.
10 or 9 can bring him a straight.
There's a 10.
And there's
got
a 10.
A jack or a 9.
7 outs.
He's done it. He has done it.
Game over.
Wow. We know we've lost this on. We know we've lost this on our YouTube, so we will not stay here for the awarding of the trophy. It's been a blast. We've welcomed those, if you can still hear us, back next Monday to the Israeli Federation Cup final table, where Blaze and I will be joining forces again. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your input. It's been a great night, and thank you very much for all your support, Blaze.
I appreciate being here. Maxime Ronshin, your champion.
My guy won. I'd just like to point that out. Okay. Night.
бля, лучше, я играл просто супер.